하루의 끝엔 어둠마저 지고 그 길 위에 비 다섯 번째의 계절 같은 자리에 반짝이던 별처럼 떠난 적 없는 널 이제야 알게 된 걸 지나간 기억은 풍경으로 남아 바람길 따라 흩어진 너와 함께한 시간 다시 그때로 돌아가 함께할 수만 있다면 빛으로 물들어 우린 이제는 다시 내게 Here's my parade 겨울이 가고 또다시 봄이 오듯 희미한 빛도 제자리를 찾아 너와 지새던 긴 밤의 추억이 꽃을 피우던 날 잊혀지지 않는 하루하루의 흔적 지나간 기억은 풍경으로 남아 바람길 따라 흩어진 너와 함께한 시간 다시 그때로 돌아가 함께할 수만 있다면 빛으로 물들어 우린 이제는 다시 내게 Here's my parade
You're getting into. I look so sweet, but when you come my way, you'll realize I got these devil eyes. I'm gonna hypnotize you. I'm gonna get you. Won't know what hit you. I try to be the marrying kind, and only 1 week went by. When I tried to hang him with the clothesline, believe me when I say trouble's all I got, honey. Trouble's all I got. Trouble's all I got, honey. Trouble's all I got.
GSL Season 3.
Yeah. You never take me alive. The king is alive. I will arrive. You never take me alive. I will arrive. I will arrive.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 3.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to another day here of the GSL CEST. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is State. How you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic, man. Getting ready for the final group of the round of 20. We've got a really good lineup today. I'm feeling excited. How about you?
I'm pumped, man. I know we had a week off, guys. We missed you. But today we close out the round of 20. And from there we go right into the round of 10. And things really pick up from here on out. We're going to be getting to the finals very soon.
Yeah, and the lineup today is really exciting. We got Zergs, Terrence, and Protosses. Dark is going to be playing Solar, Cure, Prince. Prince, we haven't seen a lot of him in GSL CEST. Hopefully he'll make a splash. It's going to be an interesting day in terms of matchups.
Yeah, you know, some of the players that we've had in GSL, if you've been watching for a long time, obviously you're very familiar with people like Dark. But Prince is one of the newest players here for StarCraft 2 in Korea. So whenever I look at players like this, you know, it's very different, right? This is a guy who has not had anywhere near as much experience in the studio. And so we're going to see if that works for him or against him. He hasn't performed that well so far in the past.
Yeah, and this guy has been training for a very long time. I mean, I practiced with this guy back on Prime like 5 or 6 years ago. And so it's been a long grind for him to finally get to the GSL CEST and try and, you know, show what he's worth.
Absolutely.
And it's always exciting when you have new players like that come up because, like, this guy, as I said, he's been plugging away for years now and hoping to make a name for himself. We'll see if he's able to do that today.
Yeah, I got my fingers crossed for him. But to be honest with you, man, like the other people in this group are pretty scary.
It's a tough one.
You guys can see the results here on screen of the GSL so far here. And there's been some bummers for sure if you're a foreign viewer here. We saw both Estrella and Rainer, of all people, by the way, drop out, which that's too bad, man. I was hoping that this would be kind of like that with this third season we might have, especially someone like Rainer get deep. I actually got to hang out with him a little bit after the games are done, and he says he wants to come back and try again. But it's going to be an all-Korean lineup for this season once more. And you know, looking at our group here today, I would say Dark is the shoe-in to escape into the round of 10. But for the other three, I can't quite call it. Do you have somebody you see maybe getting out for that second spot, State?
I think Prince is going to have a really hard time, and I was kind of diving into Solar versus Cure because I feel like either of them are probably going to be the player to come out in first or in second if it's not Dark. And their records are miraculously close to each other. These guys have actually played, I think, close to 400 times in tournament games.
Oh, my God.
I mean, these are historic players, historic Terrans and Zergs in StarCraft 2 that grind online tournaments as well as offline tournaments. And they're almost 50-50. And over a sample size of like close to 400 games, that's insane.
That really shows that they are like such an even match. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out here. I will say, I feel like Solar, with his play style in GSL, he's been pretty consistent. Whereas Cure, I feel like sometimes Cure is very off on certain days, or at least the play doesn't make sense to me when I'm seeing her to Artosis, and then he oftentimes you know, falls out. So that may just be dependent on where he's at exactly in that given month, right? I mean, you know, when you have this many people competing at once, sometimes if you're really not on top of it for a couple weeks leading up to GSL, you're just not up to date with the meta. Going into our first match, though, it's going to be Dark versus Prince. And, look, I hope this is close, okay? I want to sell you guys on this. I really do, but I'm worried that this might be very one-sided here. Dark is an absolute killer. This guy is so scary. And I think it might be a 2-0, but fingers crossed that it's not.
Especially in ZVP. This is a tough matchup to go against one of the best Zerg players in the entire world. Dark, his preparation is phenomenal. His mechanics are phenomenal. This is a guy that can kill you in a macro game, can kill you with some quirky like Roach Ravager or Baneling timings. I mean, he's really a Zerg player that can do anything. And Prince, as you see right there, not too many results. This is a guy that has been working so hard behind the scenes to finally make his splash in the GSL Code S. And as we said, it's going to be a very tough group today. And starting off against Dark, of all people, is just such a gauntlet.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, I think, as we go into game one, we're going to see exactly where he's at. But we should point out, man, like, if you were not one of the players that was like top 30 trying to compete in GSL, you just weren't in the tournament, right? So it's like you were there watching, you were training against these players that were here, but you weren't actually in the environment. And this works one of two ways for players that are new. Either they're able to harness that adrenaline, they're able to take it and deliver and use that because Dark's going to be as comfortable here as he is at home, or it can work against you, right? That anxiety can kick in. So we're going to go into game one and find out on the map, Cosmic Sapphire. Let's go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
It's like we're doing this intro, right? By the way, there's a probe out on the map already.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. I think that's why actually the player intro was a second or two late. I think they thought about canceling it.
Team GP, Prince.
So we're going to be right after this shot here. We're going to zoom in on Dark's natural because there is a probe ready to block that hatch.
And Prince with a very fast scout there does not want Dark to get his natural expansion up. Yeah,
the drone bounces by that. And, obviously the Zerg always wants to take the base that's right outside of his main there. I don't know if Prince is going to do this just because he wants to make the Zerg a little bit uncomfortable. The creep doesn't connect together as quickly. There are opportunities to maybe come in and attack. From Austin, welcome.
Austin, Texas.
So good to have you guys down here in the studio.
Austin's a great city.
Yeah, excellent.
Seattle, man.
Also good city.
So many good cities in America.
With a sign with a bad city, we're going to find out. We're like, oh, Wichita, Kansas, not a fan, but thank you for coming.
Yeah, it's kind of funny the way that PvZ has evolved now, late into Legacy of the Void, with so many Protoss players just opting to go a couple seconds early on that probe scout to block the natural. That it's almost like the third base for the Zerg has just become like the standard go-to. You'll see these Zerg players, if you watch their first-person view, they won't even try to take the one in the natural. They're just like, yeah, there's going to be a probe there. I'm not going to take that in this game or any other game. But we'll see if Prince tries to, leverage that into some kind of timing push or something. But Dark's going to be as comfortable as ever in this situation. And Prince, in the meantime, just gearing up himself. Cybernetics core about 70% done, so we'll see what tech tree he decides to go for following this.
Yeah, and then we got to see what, is going to be the route that Prince is going to take. We've seen, we've seen a pretty big range of approaches to this matchup, from very, very aggressive and or tricky to extremely passive. You take a third gate, you make a bunch of stargates. I do feel like that slow play is not as effective anymore. It seems like they really tried it a lot last year.
Slow plays in Stargate.
Yeah, third base, not really engaging with them. It seemed like a lot of the Protosses tried to copy what a lot of the Terrans were doing, because there is this thing in the Terran meta where Terrans were having such a hard time killing Zergs, they just stopped trying to kill the Zerg and just kept expanding, and it kind of turned the matchup on its head where, now the Zerg is going to run out of money first, so they need to go in there and kill it. And I think Protoss has tried that, and it just didn't work out. It seemed like Zergs were able to both parry all the attacks from, especially a slow-moving turtle Protoss army, and then continue to outgrow them.
Personally, I'm more of a favor of the kind of active playstyle that we've seen, and we've harped on this, I feel like, every single day so far in the round of 20, how much we love Heroes PvZ. But the Oracle plus Blinkstalker play has been so much fun to watch, and it gets so much value as Adept's doing the funniest little dance over there in the minerals.
It was like a bear scratching its back on a tree. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, it's pretty apt.
Yeah.
Adept going to get a scout here on the third base timing here for Dark at the natural expansion. We'll get cleaned up.
So it is going to be a third. This doesn't necessarily mean turtley play here.
No.
But it obviously, with the third base coming down here, it's not going to be any kind of cheesy two-base timing attack here. With the Forge coming down, though, certainly it's going to be a little bit before we see any real kind of action. But so far, Prince hasn't really revealed his big plans here.
No, and going for a Forge now, a Twilight Council, adding a third gas, and cutting Stargate units, and I believe 2 Oracles is kind of looking more similar to what we've seen from Hero in terms of compositions. Now, he could still go for Charge Lot Archon or something else like that and aim for a 3-base timing. We'll have to see exactly what flavor he goes for on this, but just going to be gearing up with a Gateway Army at some point. As Dark doing a little bit of pressure. Might actually be able to get in here, but doesn't want to sacrifice the Lings to do it.
So I want to point out, it kind of interesting here from Prince. He didn't instantly turn the Oracles on to attack the Lings. He basically waited to see, like, okay, are you actually going to commit? Because I'm not going to waste my energy if you're not.
It's important to keep those Oracles at high energy.
Yeah, it's one of these subtle things. Like, honestly, if I was playing, it wouldn't even occur to me to not just turn that on and kill the Lings, but...
Tasteless, we've got a Nidus network.
Oh,
22
yeah.
more Lings on the way.
Yeah, okay, so who cares what Protoss is doing, other than that 5 gateways are close to finishing, but not before this this Nidus Worm's going to come out here. Kind of funny that Dark going to open up with a super aggro play. All the gates are where?
They're mostly in the main base.
Nothing's being used for gateway-wise to wall off. I think there might be one over at the natural, but that's it. So he's going to come in here, and he wants to force this warp in. That was intentional. And that's all a bait because the Nidus... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the Nidus was going to be in the main. We had an Overlord come out there.
The Overlord came in, and I think he was trying to find if there was a spot where Prince was lacking vision, but Prince very intelligently spreading his structures around in the main base. Unaware that Nidus is popping out of his natural expansion. This is a lot of Lings, but...
Yeah.
No, there's no battery here at the natural. This is going to be tough to break. That's a lot of Queen's Tasteless.
Oh, and he needs to get this pylon up. He does get it up. He buys a little bit of time. But this is a lot of Queens, and it doesn't matter, by the way. The Lings are going to spill in a second. Nidus comes here into the main.
Probes are being pulled, trying to retreat into the main base, but now that position is under attack as well as more Queens popping. Transferring over, Creep Tumor's even getting ready to go down, and here's a third Nidus is going to pop in the main, and Prince needs to salvage this situation really quickly because he's at death's door. This is a very dangerous spot. Those Oracles are almost out of energy. There's only 5 or 6 Zealots on the field.
Yeah, I don't know that Prince is going to be able to hang on here. If Prince loses this fight, he'll lose the pylons, and then he'll lose the game. So many more Queens are coming out here as they just get traffic through. Another disrespectful Nidus thrown right down here into the middle of the main here. We're going to be seeing GG in a second and be going immediately into game number 2 as Dark's Nidus play has absolutely worked here, and Prince has been crushed.
Yeah, Prince finally has +1 weapons on those Zealots, but just not enough momentum. Dark so fast with that second Nidus into the main base, just instantly popping, and after he attacked the natural expansion, that's going to be GG. Dark taking game number one in a really aggressive manner there.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. I'll tell you what, man, kind of a cool play from Dark to open this up, but that's intimidating.
It is.
When you're Prince, and Prince, by the way, came into this, he wanted to play a standard game. He basically had charge coming, he had his 5 gates, he got his most of his tech up, and then went into further development to get an army, and I mean, Dark just pulled the rug right out from under him.
Absolutely did, and yeah, you kind of kick yourself over a loss like that too as Prince. If he had a battery at the natural, for example, that might have bought him a little bit more time and a little bit of enough peace of mind to notice the Nidus going down in the main base, because all those Queens and Lings trying to go through there, it was just like the last second he was able to get the pylon wall up at the natural, right? But battery could have potentially bought some time there, and unfortunate start to this best of 3 here for Prince as Tropical Sacrifice is going to be map number 2. Let's get to it, man. Dark up 1-0.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Team GP. Prince.
Let's see what happens as we go into game 2 here.
This is unusual.
Okay.
There's no gateway for Prince up yet. That's a gas first opening his Protoss.
Dude, I'm actually glad you pointed that out. A lot of times I don't watch the builder tab that quickly because there's not much to say. So he went gas and then gate.
Gas and then gate on the low ground.
Okay, do you know what this is?
I have no clue at all.
All right.
I do not often see gas first in PvZ.
Oh, excellent drawing.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Carbot style.
Oh, I love the lighting on the mask for the Marine. That was sick.
From
so
USA.
many foreign fans out here,
We
man.
have great cities. Now we've got great countries on the signs.
Huh, yeah, the gas first for Prince. I'm not sure exactly what this is going to be. He will be going for the Nexus, but...
Okay, so let's think here. If he's going to go gas first, which we never see, what would you bank the gas for? I guess a bunch of sentries doesn't really do anything, right?
Right.
Would it be for some kind of an upgrade that's very soon?
I'm not sure, because at the same time, like, if you go for a Stargate and Oracles, that's really gas intensive, but you can support that going Gateway first, so... Honestly, I'm in the dark about what to do here as Prince. I'm not sure exactly what the benefit of this build is. I guess we're just going to have to see the way that it plays out.
Maybe you can get, well, I guess getting 2 Stargates right away isn't good. Well, I don't know, because he's at 200 gas right now. And again, guys, we have not casted this build before.
No.
To the best of my knowledge, I haven't seen this. It's a
Twilight Council and a Stalker.
Council. Almost called it a Citadel, sorry. Did a recording for ASL last night. And so, could it be for extra Dark Templars?
Potentially.
But then again, I mean, how good is that? I mean, when you get 1 extra I don't know.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting about this for me is generally Protoss, in PvZ openings, you're usually going for something that's going to be gas intensive regardless. You're going to go for Stargates and Oracles, which 150 gas for the Stargate, 150 gas for the Oracle. That's a lot of gas. You're going to be going for something like Dark Templars, which again, if you go for 4 DTs and a drop, that's 500 gas as well. That's very intensive. And this is something, it will be DT Shrine, but this is something that you don't really see that often, because even with a Gateway before gas opening, Protoss kind of has the gas to do everything that they want to do. But we see now that Prince is actually going for, he started a Sentry then canceled it, so
Oh, maybe he gets the Sentry, and if he doesn't see any kind of rush or something, he ditches it, and then he can use the gas for something else.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what you were saying was 100% spot on. Like, the race Protoss, even all the way in, like, StarCraft 1, like, before Brood War even, Protoss was always, like, a hungry gas race against Zerg, because all their good stuff, you just need a lot of gas, and you need, like, lots of upgrades and lots of tech against Zerg. So... but I've never seen someone just try to eke out. By the way, he's at 250 gas now.
No Robo either, so this is going to be very fast DTs, and perhaps what he's getting out of this is he's doing this off of 2 gas geysers. So Dark right now with his Overlord at the natural expansion might be riding off DTs as a possibility.
Dude, I think you nailed it, because if you're going to go DTs normally, you have another gas at your natural. And so he might just discount this, and therefore he might not get detection. This is actually really smart. Now, the problem is that, and this is just sort of the nature of going Dark Templars, is that if they get the defense for it, suddenly you didn't really get any value at all out of this.
And Dark very wisely playing safe here against Prince. He has 2 Spore Crawlers already, I believe, at the main and the natural, and a
DT Blink
potentially another
here.
one. Oh, DT Blink. What an interesting build coming out of Prince.
What's going on? Well, now, hold on. The Spore's here, but can he block this off? All right, so he decides to be safe. You don't want to invest in Dark Templar Blink, and then your 2 Dark Templars die.
Not able to catch Dark unaware there is Prince with these DTs. And behind this, going to take a 3rd Nexus. So DT Blink, not something we usually see in this matchup at all. And frankly, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to play. I wonder if Prince has an Sentry on the map, because it could be something like Hallucinated Phoenix and like DT Blink into the main base, snipe the hatchery or the lair. Like, I'm trying to map out in my head what value you can get out of this composition, and it's tough.
You know, Blink with Dark Templar, it didn't work out the way that I think Blizzard expected it to. I think they thought that it was going to be DTs blinking away and people trying to catch him, and instead it turned into DT's blinking on top of stuff and killing it immediately. Because a Dark Templar does a ton of damage, it just doesn't attack fast. But if you have like 5 or what is this, 6, I think?
I love this play out of Prince. He has a hallucinated...
So look, he just kills the Spore.
Oh my god, he has a hallucinated Warp Prism going to the main base right now of Dark. That's why Dark pulled all of his units to the main. Then he jumps in with 6 DTs at the 3rd base, snipes the Spore Crawler, gets the hatch.
Dude,
wow, this is a sick
so
build.
Cool.
This is a very cool build.
All right, so the Overseer is going to be here. Yeah, he's just going to blink away.
Did lose one DT, but we'll be able to get away.
That was so cool.
This is awesome. I love that hallucinated warp prism. I was wondering, because I saw there was a sentry. I was thinking, how is that going to play into this? Is he going to use that to get into the main base with the DTs? But no, just completely finessing Dark there with a hallucinated warp prism, which we don't see very often.
Yeah.
Distracting him with the main base and then sniping the third. And Dark now going for a Spire. Huh. Prince is going for Blink Stalkers in addition to DTs. That's a pretty good composition against Spire. I wonder, does he know that? He might not even know that the Warp Prism was hallucinated. I don't know. We didn't get a shot of it.
Yeah.
Prince might have pulled it away, and
We
he thinks that
barely
this is a
followed
robo
it.
behind it.
Well, what's going to happen behind this, and I think he won't actually need to necessarily get a Warp Prism right away. He's going to warp a gate in over at the top left, and as Zerg reclaims this base that's at, what is it? I guess it's 9 o'clock or something like that
9
on the
o'clock.
minimap. Then he's going to just attack in there and try to kill him. So basically, Prince went for the knees here. He's crippled him. He's going to come in here with a killing blow in just a little bit.
Very cool build.
Yeah.
Always fun to watch
I'm a
stuff
big
like
fan.
this.
And now he's going to go for double blink, dude.
Double blink, that's right.
Yeah. There's lots of blinking, man. This is just Tourette's, dude. It's coming in.
Blink DTs
Blink
and Blink
DTs,
Stalkers.
man.
Now, there are 4 DTs that are going to go and snipe this hatchery. Actually, he's going to go into the main base. This is so cool. what we're seeing out of Prince,
This
man.
is sick. So he could come in here. He could target down that's cool. Now
He's going for the drones. Got to be careful with these Stalkers, though. Those are +1 Lings.
Yep.
A lot of damage coming in on this army. Behind this, though, 9 probes going down in the main base of Dark.
You drones, yeah. Going
drones,
down here.
excuse me.
No, you're fine. You broke my brain for a second. I don't know that this army is being controlled well enough, but the DTs are still doing a whole lot of damage here. Actually, you know what? Suddenly
Well, he's
there's just too
blinking
many
on top of
Stalkers.
it.
Dude, I think that Dark might just die here. He might just not have enough between the DTs and the Stalkers.
Hatchery going down in the 4th base. Drones getting pulled here at 9 o'clock. Prince is making magic happen right now as he goes 1-1 here with a fantastic build. That was some really gutsy play.
Dude, that was sick. His bloodline is better than ours. This is
Wow. I love that build. You know, we were just trying to rack our brains about what that gas first play could be out of Protoss, and he did it on 2 gases, DT Blink.
Yeah, 2 gases and not taking any gases that is natural. So it was a really well disguised build. Dude, I'm very impressed. I'm glad we kind of figured out what was happening because, like, sometimes I'll see a build and have no idea what it's doing, like what's going on. I'm like, man, I hope our toasters can figure this one out, man. We did it, State.
We did it.
Okay, so tied up 1-1. I don't think you can do anything. It's kind of like the Nidus play. I don't know how many times you can do that, right?
That's a one-off.
That's
yeah.
a one-off for sure. Data C is going to be the final map here between these two. But dude, if Prince did it once, he could certainly do it again. And I'll tell you what, man, it was Prince bringing that build. Nobody else in GSL doing that. So let's see what else he has to offer.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Team GP. Prince.
A lot of Prince fans in the audience here. Vocal fans, I should say.
People love an underdog.
Yeah, man. If you're rooting for Dark, man, that's like being a Yankees fan, you know? It's,
I'm a Red Sox fan, so
You're
yeah,
right.
right there with you, man.
I wonder if he might try to recycle that build from game 1.
He might. Hi, Ryan, if you're watching this. Not me. Okay, I was looking to do a double take for a second there. I was
From
like, wait.
Chile, welcome.
So many international fans here today. It's
Yeah,
fantastic
dude.
to see.
Thank God this country's opened back up again.
It's lovely.
So what I was thinking is maybe we will have that build recycled back in that we had in game 1. Because like, he never really got to actually show us what he was cooking up.
That's a good point.
And
Right. It was very standard, too. We haven't really seen...
Yeah.
We never got to see what kind of army he was mustering there in game number 1. And
Right, yeah. And, you know, it's funny. I thought for sure Dark wouldn't do anything that cheesy today, but he already did that Nidus play and that worked.
It's a common thing against players who are kind of trying to break onto the scene. I mean, this happened to me. My first game in Pro League, I got proxy gated. So like,
did you freak out?
Not really. In that case, I prepared I think I actually, similar to Prince, I did like a gas first opening and a PvP. And in prep, I knew I was going for the fastest possible proxy Stargate on Sejong Station. And the first time I did it against all my Protoss practice partners, I won the game. Because it was just a one-off cheese, right?
Yeah.
And I did it knowing that if I get proxy gated, it's not possible to defend.
Yeah.
I'm going gas first, I'm just going to lose. So I saw it, and I'm just like, well, the game's over.
Yeah. You got a bad hand dealt there.
I had
this is right when StarCraft 2 came out. Artosis and Hydra and me were in China. We got invited. We got to represent the USA.
Was that WCG?
This was called Stars War.
Stars
War?
War?
It's a very Chinese event name here. Stars War.
What a cool name.
And I played my first game, and I was the worst out of the three of us by far, but I won. I beat a Korean player. It was crazy. So then I got to go up against the next guy, and I had so much adrenaline in my system. This is back when people did proxy Marauder rushes with a bunker, and he hit it in my base, and I literally saw the Marauder, and somehow there was so much adrenaline in my system, I didn't see the bunker. I didn't register it. It was so weird.
It happens.
And then people were like, "Why didn't you just kill the SCV?" And I'm like, "You're not going to believe this. I literally just didn't. I just didn't know it was there. I was so freaked out that I was getting attacked.
Adrenaline's crazy.
It's crazy what it'll do to you.
It's one. Yeah, it loops all back into what we were saying, which is oftentimes you will see the veteran go for kind of a cheese or a high-risk play because of that reason. Because Prince is probably not very comfortable here on stage right now, Not to try and go too deep into his mindset, but
it really is true though, And when I first moved here, before StarCraft 2 was out or anything, I remember asking a coach that I had dinner with, so do you have advice for a new player versus a weak player? And they said, always attack the new player early. They always seem to fall apart. We always don't bother with a macro game. Don't let them get comfortable. By the way, this is going to be a 5-gate adept rush.
6 gates actually with a gate of the natural. This is crazy. It's high aggression. And I was paying attention to what Prince was doing there too. This is very low gas. He kind of banked the minerals for these gateways faster than usual because not only is he playing on just 2 geysers in his main base, but for the longest time, you just now saw a 3rd probe being added to the geysers. He had 2 probes on each gas, so that was almost an entirely mineral economy. Now going for a timing that's going to be a little bit later with the glaives, but with so much more power. But Dark, well prepared for this. He's only on 38 drones, so he definitely senses a timing like this coming.
I will say that Dark almost never loses to this kind of stuff.
This is a different kind of twist, though. I mean, it's going to hit a lot harder than a lot of other Protoss Adept Ballins might. 3 Ravagers now scouting this out.
That's
they
actually a really good
adept.
snipe on that first Adept. Every Adept is precious here in the rush. And the fact that he's already sniped 2, he's probably going to cancel the Shade. He's going to come down here. War Prism is still out on the outside. He can start another Shade, but these Lings and Ravagers can close in. He's actually going to go for an escape. And to be honest, guys, Prince has not really dealt any damage yet. I think he killed maybe 1 drone.
I don't know if he killed anything there. And he lost,
he didn't kill
1 drone.
1, okay.
And he lost 3 Adepts. They were just getting bruised by the Ravagers for the longest time.
Yeah.
I almost would have liked to see him shade in the main and just fight the Lings because those Ravagers just did so much damage with no repercussions. But we'll see now. Prince has gotten 2 more Warpins, so this is a 42 army supply of almost pure Adept.
Well, I mean, if you look at the production tab, that kind of foreshadows the future of this game if nothing changes because stuff is being made infrastructure-wise for Dark. And right now, you just see Adepts.
He is banking so many.
He is basically going to try to sledgehammer in again. But, Dark was really able to bob and weave back there. And basically not suffer that much at all.
It's a lot of Adepts, though, Tasteless. We'll see if they're able to get something done. On the flip side, that's a lot of Roaches and Ravagers. He's going to just pounce right on top of this, focusing down the Ravagers first. He wants to stop those Biles, but the Lynx around is just huge right now.
He is so getting murdered here. Dude, you know what he did? He faked him out. He made it look like the Ravagers were alone, and then as the Shade was going to finish, the Lynx ran in.
Yep.
Look, there's 1 Adept. Imagine being this Adept right now.
We're calling it back home.
Yeah.
Oh, that poor Adept.
This is all your fault, Prince. Goodbye, Earth. World, sorry. space game, not Earth.
I like what we saw out of Prince, though, kind of banking the Adepts and hoping that Dark would think, like, maybe the rush has ended. Maybe now I transition into, like, a late game, or not late game, like I transition to layer and drone up a little bit, but Dark is a hard player to fool. He made maybe 2 or 3 more drones, and he just continued to power with roaches and lings, and
we're kind of seeing this game play itself out. I don't think the Prince is certainly after that big failed attack, I don't think he can come in and do anything, but
he's just going to double down, and this is the kind of map where, like, if he wins this, he goes to the winner's match. So, of course, he's going to try everything in his power to come away with a win right now. But this is like a 0.1% chance here. Honestly, even lower with Dark. With as high of a Roach Ravager count as he has right now, Prince is going to try and make something happen here with these Adepts. But Dark has just so much gone unchecked here really in the last couple of minutes, because Prince, even with this high Adept count, hasn't really been able to get any big damage done, as you see him just try to find something, but eventually these Adepts are going to get cleaned up, and that's just going to be it, I think.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to go anywhere, man. I mean, I think this is going to just sort of fizzle out. He cancels the Shade. He does do a dive here onto these Ravagers.
But there's so much more.
There's so much more here. And this is the, most of this is going to be killed before this. I think actually all of it's going to die. GG. Okay, Dark goes on, but I'll tell you what, that was a better series than I was expecting.
Certainly was. Game 1, I mean, Prince loses there to the Nidus, and that's the kind of thing that, it's your first map here in GSL CodeS this season. Probably been practicing for this, have a lot of plans. It's tough when you get all in like that with a Nidus. It's very scary, and it was a tough start to the series, but I loved what we saw to Prince there in game number 2.
Yeah.
That was a fantastic build, and honestly, I'm looking a little bit more optimistic now at his odds of getting out of this group, because against Dark, probably arguably the strongest player here in Group F, our last group of the round of 20. That was a great performance, but Dark emerging victorious, 2-1, gonna be going to the winner's match.
Up next, guys, Solar vs. Cure. We'll go to that after this short break. Stick around.
We're in trances, going all to different places, different planets. Watch your aura pass me by, losing balance. What if we run out of time and second chances? Empty-handed. You like the fast life, you like to drive, get down and dirty, you act like a bad guy. You want some love, you like when you feel like calling at midnight. You got the best of me, you got me losing sleep. I've been hopeful, baby, I was hoping maybe that you'd cross my path. I've been sinking chances empty-handed. I wanna know, would you love me better if I go? I'm not home. I wanna know, can we trust the stars above to let us know?
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
Today's matchup. Dark. Prince. Solar. Cure. Round of 20. Group E. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Beginning of this song, it's like a probe about to have a heart attack. His little probe heart's beating faster and faster. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, COVID greetings over here. Excuse me, I'm coughing in the mic. We're going to go to Solar and Cure next. We did have actually a delightfully close back and forth here with Dark and Prince. Prince is in the losers match, but I think he's shown that he is viable here in Group E, and he is a threat to whoever loses between these two.
It was a great series, and man, I gotta say, I just realized that we're casting Group E, and when we did the intro to the show earlier, I said Group F, and it's like, man, I can't even, I don't even know the alphabet.
Listen,
like,
you're here.
What's the fifth
it's
letter
your
of the
StarCraft
alphabet,
knowledge,
dude?
not your alphabet knowledge that we need.
But yeah, Solar and Cure, this is gonna be a hotly contested match. I was looking at these guys on Ligalak, and they've played, like I said, close to 400 games, and the map win rate difference between them is 6 games.
Yeah.
It's 390 versus 396 or something insane like that. So these are two guys that have played together for eons, it feels like. And I can't wait to get into it because TVZ, when you get two top players, it can be a slugfest.
100%, man. Yeah, this should be a long, close series here. These guys are dead even. They have been in... They're two of the players that have been in the most GSLs.
Oh, for sure,
These guys have played each other so often. So, yeah, I mean, I have no idea who's going to take it. I think if you think you know who takes it, you're crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to be hopping into this best of 3 momentarily. It's going to be inside and out to start this off. Data C for map 2. Moondance if we get a map 3. And you know what? I think it's very likely that we do get that.
I think so too. Odds of this one going to a map 3 are really high, I think, for these guys.
And again, probably going to be the longest series of Group E here as TVZ. It's pretty grindy, pretty late gamey. Anyways, guys, our game's loaded up. Let's see what happens.
Onside Gaming.
What was this
Solar.
evil lab?
SCV, dude. SCV's out on the map.
I was looking at the Zerg.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's actually so funny.
Triggering states evil giggles.
I love it.
Yes.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure.
Okay. Was it 2 SCVs or was it 3? Okay, it's going to be the
Two.
2 SCV double racks rush. We have seen games where there's 3. We casted one, I think, earlier this season where there was 4, but that didn't pan out so well.
This is just so funny to me because I was on the train over. I was watching these guys like
Yeah.
on my phone, like play TVs against each other because they played so many times, right? I want to see if there's like mind games going on.
Yeah.
And like the first game that I watched was also Cure 2-axing Solar.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, these guys have played so much too. It's like, well, occasionally they just, he's like, well, this one has worked well before. Now, the Overlord's going to find it, which is the most important thing that Solar can do is confirm that this is happening to him. So it doesn't mean that Cure's Rush isn't going to work, but, knowing really is like half the battle. G.I. Joe was right.
I think it's not going to be too all in either for Cure. This is the kind of push that you're expecting to get a lot of damage done. You're hoping to kill a lot of drones, force out lings, and get favorable trades. But Cure already with a gas going down back at home. He's going to be following up with a factory. And drones are being pulled right now for Solar as he's trying to get an idea of exactly what the situation is. Yep, that's a lot more drones coming down. And for Cure, the name of the game right now is just get as much economic damage done as possible. Doesn't want to lose any SCVs. Actually, one going down there is pretty big because otherwise they would have been able to repair those ones back at the barracks.
Exactly. They can't repair each other now. So he is going to throw the bunker. This bunker probably not going to finish, but the idea is that he wants to fish out the drones, draw them in, try to take some shots. But look at this. Solar is like not reacting right now.
Solar's playing this really smart. He has a pretty good idea of
okay, here we
what
go.
the situation is. And now he's getting ready to dive on it. That one SCV will be taken down. Solar is actually going really far out over here to the third base. Look at that surround.
He almost
got it.
Oh, these Marines are so slippery.
2 more drones going down. And Solar, pretty nice defense there.
Okay, he just shuts this down, no problem. Worker count 15 to 18. Terran infrastructure stuck in the middle of the map. I would say this is a pretty proper lead right now for Cure. By the way, I do like Cure's barracks placement. He can have the Marines pop out on the other side, and there's like nothing the Lings can do. So, but that being said, I don't think there's any real opportunities to like stay back and make more Marines and try again later. So I don't know what that will serve him here.
They're already flying back home, but that's not as many drone kills as you would have liked to get there as a Cure. I think it was 4 or 5 at the end of the day, which is not bad. I mean, it's not a complete failure, but you really want to get, like at least like 6 or 7, I think, because Solar, knowing that those 2 barracks now are flying back home and there's probably a factory follow-up, he has a large window where he can just produce exclusively drones and know that he's going to be safe.
So, I do want to point out we have plenty of games where Terran still wins from here. So, I mean, this is
certainly
not
possible.
There are some early game attacks. I think a really good example of this is the game we just casted in the last series. Like, there's some attacks where you try to come in and end it, and if it doesn't work, basically, you're kind of stuck in this thing where you either leave the game or you try to do the same thing because trying to reorient your build and everything and anything else is too hard. You would think that this build for Terran would be one of those, but the fact that the barracks can fly so fast and get home so easily, and the Terran can still expand means that this game's going to go on. But I do think Solar is in a slightly more comfortable spot.
Yeah. Really, the only aggressive opportunity here for Cure right now is getting spotted here at the 6 o'clock. This Overlord scouting that medevac probably figures that it's going to be a Hellion follow-up. And as long as he's on point with his defense, that worker count differential is just going to continue to get wider now, 33 versus 26. As Cure's second command center is finally online. Hellions dropped over by the third base of Solar now. We'll be able to catch a couple of drones. Solar a little bit tricked there with a medevac going into the main, but not too much damage being found.
So, I mean, he's not going to get a whole lot done. At best, he'll be able to kill off some of these creep tumors. And right now what I'm really looking for is, are we going to have a third CC or not? I think it was Innovation I saw do this, but I can't remember. Or maybe it was Morrow, but, I saw a barracks rush that failed into, like, super hardcore macro.
I think this is going to be a timing.
You're right.
Third barracks coming down, engineering bay.
Yeah, I think that that's the more common route, is you basically see if you've done, okay, he did kill some drones early on. He did slow him down. Now you want to try to come in here like it's a 1-2 punch and get him that way here. And so really, from the Zerg's perspective, we just want to see them survive the attack that's going to be inbound here in the next couple of minutes.
The timings are looking really good for Solar as well. His worker count's already at a healthy number. He's getting the Baneling nest. He's getting his lair. So ideally, when this push comes out, he will have Baneling speed, which helps a lot. And on top of this, those Hellions haven't really been able to stunt too much of the growth for the creep. And now that Solar's queen count is kind of ballooning, look to see that spread across the map ever more quickly. 4 Hellions now dropping in the main. Might be able to find some damage. Kurz desperately needs to get a little bit, I think, to make this push work. And 2 more barracks being added. So yeah, definitely going to be that 2cc push.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about, if the Zerg could basically soak the damage up correctly and fight back. Because when you do a 2-base power push like this, and not like the 3rd CC that I was talking about, if the Zerg can win and defeat the push, then the Zerg can probably also deny the 3rd base.
Look at this timing that Kira is coming out as well. Baneling speed just now started, so there will be a window where he can engage before Baneling speed is done. 5 Banes now morphing. And I like Kira really kind of taking the tempo to push out this early. Combat shields and +1 weapons is only halfway done, so he's really, recognizing the situation and figuring that he has to make this push happen sooner rather than later.
Dude, I love the position of the tanks. Look at that tank. You're never going to get in there.
That's fantastic, especially with slow Banes.
Ooh, man. And again, the tank is in range of the hatchery, and so he can keep kiting.
Oh, wow,
He can keep doing damage here.
It's hitting the larva as soon as units pop, too. It's a huge amount of damage.
Dude.
Plus these Hellions.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right, he's gonna come in now. Oh, the Lynx are behind as well.
Lings from behind coming in, getting big damage in. These slow Banes actually getting good connections. Combat shield's only just now finishing. It was not ready in time for that fight.
The Spore's not close enough. I thought he was at least going to shoot down that orange medevac, but he's not.
Still 29 Lings on the field right now for Solar. He's going to come up here to the main and shut this down, I think, and Cure. Really in a bit of trouble right now, I got to say. That was fantastic positioning with the siege tanks, but Solar just riding the momentum from a nice start to the game and getting a fantastic surround. Now, the follow-up push is coming for Cure, and we've seen this before where the first push, they trade kind of evenly and it looks favorable for Zerg, but then the follow-up comes, and once Terran has all of their upgrades, their combat shields, their +1 weapons, and the creep spread is less prevalent on the side of the map, we've seen some players die to this.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I like even that other tank placement further away. Okay, so Lings are actually, if you look at the mini-map, they're going to wrap around, but it's going to be maybe like 5 seconds before they can get there. This hatchery is extremely low. I don't see any Banes. Oh, no, there's a Bane just above.
There's a couple.
That shot. Okay, hold up. He's got the Lings behind now. Again, we want to watch the mini-map too here when we're following this. The hatch is not dead, so the push has not succeeded yet. It's close.
It's very close. +1 Carapace now done for Solar. That's going to be...
Here we go.
The timing that he looks for as he comes in once again with a linked flank. Queen's focusing down the Marines there at the top. Some nice connections, but is it going to be enough? It's so close, Tasteless. Oh, the Terran just barely has enough, and now look at the army supply ballooning here for Cure. It looks like he took these trades just favorably enough.
Yeah, Queens are so bad off creep, it's crazy. He's gonna rotate the tank in. He's gonna try to get the hatch again.
Oh my God, this position is so fantastic here for Cure. Those rocks are helping him so much.
Makes you realize, guys, if you play on this map against Terra, destroy those rocks, okay?
Absolutely,
Get rid of those rocks, man.
That hatch is finally gonna fall down, and I mean, it's felt like that Solar's defense has been, not the worst so far, but Cure just continuing to power here on 2 command centers. There's no 3rd base in sight. He is all in with his push, and now 80 army supply to the 50 of Solar. And look, once again, another fantastic tank spot here, sieging the main base.
For some reason, this didn't occur to me that he could do this and go into the main, but this is actually a great way to close it out. He's not taking a 3rd base, by the way.
No, he's fully committed.
If he gets into the main here, he's going to kill so much of the infrastructure. Oh, and another drop's going to come out the other way.
He's going to go for the new 3rd base.
I think Cure's close to winning this.
I think so too. Lings and Banes coming around on the bottom side. Now there's not too many units there, but fantastic position there on the minerals. So much splash damage coming out of the Lings and Banes.
Oh my god.
That was huge value there for Cure.
Dude.
127 play at 80.
2 tanks live. Okay, I think we're going to see Solar have to tap out
Wow.
here. Cure is a killer today. GG Cure taking game 1.
What a great push.
Dude, that spot behind the rocks is disgusting, man.
It was deadly. Absolutely
was
deadly.
filthy.
You know, Solar, he cleaned up the first push, and I mean, we've seen it before where
Yeah.
Zergs, they're able to clean it up, and the follow-up push continues to be deadly, but it felt like Solar, the way he cleaned it, it felt like it was going to be enough, but then Cure just continues to abuse that section of the map, just playing it to perfection. And he comes in with a killing blow on 2 bases. Just great play out of Cure, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was
Cool and calculated. That was so clean.
crazy. I'll tell you something, man. I really thought Solar was probably going to hold this off, but when we saw the attack fail, there was still 1 tank there. It really, you know, we talked about the tank behind the rocks. There was that other placement for the tank that was like so far away that it was too hard to get in there. And again, I love the closer to push up into the main. Don't try to get your hands too dirty by trying to push into the second or the third even. Push up there, had a great trade, and then a perfect drop at the third. 2 base all in, working out. We're going to go to data C, though, for map 2, which again is apparently not loading up for some reason. We are missing Solar in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is going to be Solar's map pick, and we're kind of figuring out these maps along with all the viewers back at home.
Yeah.
Here in the round 20 as we have a new map pull in. Data C, it's one of those bases that, I think we're finally getting that game
we're ready.
ready. We'll go into that in just a second.
Whatever the delay for Solar looks like, it's been sorted out. Guys, we're going to go into game 2. Right now, Cure with a 1-0 lead. Remember, the winner goes on to fight Dark in the winner's match to move on to the round of 10 here. In the last group, Group E of the round of 20. Let's go.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say, I
Lyrics,
can do
man.
this all day.
We are doing all day.
For me with StarCraft, I'm like, I can do this for about 5 hours. And then I get really tired and I lose all of my
Onside
games.
Solar.
No SCV on the map, by the way.
No, not this time.
No double racks this time. I wouldn't expect him to, but
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure.
We're going to be seeing the other cheese tasteless. Cure's going for a CC first.
okay. I was thinking about this in the last cast, and I didn't end up bringing it up. So, if you guys watched, was that literally the cast we did a week ago? I think it was, or maybe it was the cast from 10 days ago. So we had this day where everybody was going command center first.
We had 4 games in a row.
And this was a trend in StarCraft 1 like last year, where like people just started going CC first, and like the other player would kind of play like very middle of the road, and then he'd kind of be like, oh my god, he's already got a base, I'm so behind. And me and Artosis were talking about in the ASL cast, we're like, I don't know why we don't see this more in GSL, because it seems like the same idea would work. And then it started happening in this season. And so
We spoke into his existence.
that's right. I Beetlejuiced the meta into existence. I just had to talk about it. From France,
Wow.
welcome. It's a long, long trip. Welcome. I lost my train of thought. Oh, right, the CC first build. Now, we talked about, and I think this is when you and me were casting earlier, we thought like, oh, pull first counters this, but it turns out it doesn't. It seems like pull first is actually to counter more like the proxy, but it doesn't seem to be able to do anything. And we're probably going to see this trend persist until the Zergs really do something about it. But that's going to be a real shuffle in the opening meta of the matchup.
It could be something that we see in the round of 10, considering how prevalent the CC first play has been in the first stage of GSL Code S, because I don't want to say this exactly because I might be wrong, but I think it was 4 games in a row that almost looked identical. Like there were a little bit of different twists in terms of, you know, what the mid-game harassment was for the Terran player. But it felt like every single time it was, exactly, CC first and did like a 5 barracks push with siege tanks off of 2 bases, and every time it killed a Zerg. And I think it was even Raynor tweeting that, like, the win rate for this build in tournament play has to be so high for Terran, CC first and a 2-base push, because it's just absolutely deadly. And especially in this current map pool, like as we saw in the previous game, there are so many maps and so many positions where it feels like it's really tough for Zerg to break fortified siege tank. How should I say? Just positions by like the 3rd or the 4th base for Zerg.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Terran players take trades that are almost more cost-effective than many other map pools that we've seen in StarCraft 2. You know, it's like kind of the same unit sets. It's just doing better because they have a little bit more favorable terrain to work with. And actually, we're going to be seeing Marauders. Marauders in Custom Shell. Huh.
Dude, good catch.
It's not what I was expecting. I was expecting maybe another siege tank push, but...
Yeah, no, I thought the same thing. Before this strategy really kicks in, I want to also just mention something kind of big picture, if we could just zoom out on this matchup overall. Let's not forget that, this year and last year, this became the by far longest matchup in the game. Because Zergs would just not really... Terrans would basically refuse to really engage with the Zergs. And the Zergs struggled this for a while. I think Mara was probably the best with this. But now we're seeing this new development in the meta, which is basically to, like, take a stake to the heart of the Zerg right in the middle of the game. And builds like this that Cure's doing, they play into that. Now, in this case, we have Marauders being made with a concussive, which is, that's news to me. Is this Overlord going to see this?
I don't think so. Next volley should get it. Does not see the tech lab.
Okay, that's big.
Armory going down now, and yeah, Cure loves these Marauder pushes, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw him do this against Dark recently, and always the same, too. Always with that Viking to deny the scouting. And so if Solar's done his homework, and I mean, he might not even, frankly, need to do his homework against this guy, considering how often they play against each other. He might kind of catch wind of this there, spotting that Viking. He might have an idea that this is coming, but as it is right now, 45 drones, 8 more in production.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Solar here.
This could be dangerous.
And keep in mind, I think Solar probably has the same expectations that you had about the Marine tank push.
That's a good point.
And so this is going to come in, and this is just like, it's a different way of attacking. And he's probably going to get tripped up here as this hits him, because he's literally not going to know what's
6 more
happening
drones
until this unloads.
6 more drones in production. Now, he does have 8 queens, which is a very healthy queen count, but 8 Hellbats. Marines and Marauders here, and a Liberator on the way as well. This is going to be a tough push to stop Tasteless.
Yeah, dude, he's coming in now. Keep in mind, he could actually juggle the Hellbats here that are damaged, or not, I guess. Sorry, guys.
I think he didn't want to have that medevac get taken out.
The medevac is so low.
6 HP on that medevac. Queen's going to lurch forward and finally take it out. And, for a second we were thinking that maybe Solar was in trouble, but those Queens just completely mopped this up.
Yeah.
That was
anticlimactic.
It was. I mean, if that high drone count and
that engagement.
If you don't shut this down as Terran, like in what world do you usually kill this? But I guess, I mean, historically, you gotta say that like Marauder pushes, they generally don't get a lot done.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I have had the same experience where I see them doing this, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be so good. We don't normally see this, and it's so smart.
It always falls.
And then it dies. We're like, oh, you should just only make Marines and tanks.
I thought he was going to get more damage done than that. I really did.
Me too.
As it is, instead, Cure's going to be going up to 3 bases. Getting double upgrades now, as Solar is doing the same, double evolution chamber going on, and Cure going to try and find some value out of these units and delay that 4th base here for Solar, but we'll see if he's able to get more out of these, because frankly, those Marauders did not do their job there at the 3rd base of Solar.
Okay, so he's going to attack in here again.
Stim pack is done now, I think, right?
Yeah, this could look a little bit different if it's Marines with stim here.
Yeah, with these Hellbats, might be able to find some damage. We'll see now. That is a lot of Queens.
He's going to run back down here, scan and try to clean this up. Kind of a funny game here. Again, I do think this army a little bit more viable. I don't think he can pick all of this up with 2 medevacs, so he wants to be careful because the Banes are happy to trade out with whatever to keep this under control. By the way, I think overall, Cure actually transitioned really well here.
That's a good point.
He's actually fine. I think I underestimated, how easy it was to just switch out of this, even though it's funny. It's like he had all of his building blocks set up, right? And then we get to see the thing work, and then Queens just kill it. It's like, oh.
6 Queens and like 12 Lings or
wouldn't
something.
Be a GSL if something with Hellbats didn't work. But
True. Yeah, I'm liking this transition here for Cure, especially the Marine follow-up, because it adds a lot more punch. And retaining a lot of the Hellbats as well. Eventually he will be trading those out, ideally for Banelings if he gets an opportunity. But it's a little difficult for Solar to engage into a lot of these armies. I mean, these Marines right here are the Widow Mines, just kind of keeping Solar in check over there at the 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, Cure clearing up the creep in the middle of the map.
I just want to say, did he not make any tanks? I wasn't actually looking for that.
No tanks, just
so
Widow
it's
Mines,
just Widow Mines. Well, let's see how this works out.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. I just wanted to try to double check here.
And Solar behind this as well, going into Hydralisk, so
yeah,
feeling a little bit comfortable. Usually Zergs will often go, at least European Zergs will often go for tech like Hydralisks or Mutas if they're feeling kind of comfortable. You know, they don't need to go like pure Ling Baneling and just survive. They can actually afford to go into a unit that's going to be a little bit more less powerful, but add a lot of value in terms of, you know, sniping out medevacs and catching drops. And we'll see now as Cure is gearing up to take a 4th base. Infestation Pit on the way now for Solar. That was a big hit.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Oh my god. Dude, if that hatch had started and he just blew it up, I'm like, wow, you just won the lottery. That's like the best value ever.
I'm liking this play out of Cure though. Very fast-paced, you know. Skipping the siege tanks allows them to be a lot more mobile on the map like this with the Widow Mines.
Yeah, it's a very different way to approach this. By the way, perfect targeting here for Cure.
Wow, yeah.
And he knew exactly like how long to basically stay there and take that fight.
Cure's playing this really well.
It's interesting. I do think that it's possible for Cure to actually have these 2 armies merge and just maybe even win the game. But instead, he's going to go for more of like this harass kind of technique. And you know, it was working until I started that first sentence.
I think it's still working because he's keeping the Baneling count under control. When you're playing without a lot of splash damage, for example, if you don't have a lot of siege tanks, oftentimes we'll see Terran players fall apart when they get on the defensive, and the Zerg has like 40 Banelings or something, and could just like drive in with everything and just completely clear up the bio. But the fact that he has all of these skirmishes, and actually he is now adding siege tanks 2 at a time.
Okay, so
this is a really deadly push because the Baneling count is not that high. You see only 8 Banelings out for Solar right now. Dude, that's not a lot of splash damage.
This is a crazy shift here, and this base is going to be denied 100%.
And we've seen Zerg players really struggle with defending Terran pushes at this little spot right here. You see the top of the map with the minerals and the terrain that it's hard to pass in. Solar now coming in, trading out a couple of his units, but man, the reinforcements for Cure producing 2 siege tanks at a time.
Yeah, this is, excuse me, this is a pretty scary push. It looks like that hatchery did manage to get up. I was so confident that it would not last. But
well, Solar has to defend this position, I think, because if the siege tanks get up behind that mineral line and start pushing into the next base in for Solar, it's just devastating how much damage they can do.
Yeah, I agree.
Viper's now in production for Solar. He desperately needs that additional tech to deal with this push.
Oh, the Banelings were just pulled in there. They were shot down. Another batch just finishes, but I mean, this is a lot of tanks. The Marine count's healthy. There's plenty of energy in the medevacs to heal. He's going to topple this base. He may even be able to keep going. Terran's actually maxed out, by the way. I almost missed that.
Yeah, Cure just slow pushing to perfection right now, and Solar feels like he has to take these pushes off creep. Finally finding some ground, but Cure's supply, he might lose his position, but his army is just massive right now. 183 supply to 164, and his economy also on 4th base is now taking a 5th. It's getting out of control. Cure is playing fantastically.
Yeah. That being said, though, you know, Cure is still in this. He's still fighting back, and you know we do have these games where sometimes it's 5 or even like 10 minutes of nonstop pushing, and the dust settles, and the Zerg comes out ahead. You know, if he can keep this going, but I will say right now it's looking scarier and scarier. Adrenal Glands finishes, not the most helpful upgrade, but it's not nothing either.
Yeah, it's definitely a fantastic upgrade, but the Zergling count isn't too high, but it will help in attacks like this. This counter getting a lot of damage done. Solar, though, he needs some incredible usage of Vipers and Banelings to be able to defend this push, I think, because once Cure gets sieged up over here at the 12 o'clock base, it's a tough spot to break. And just see him continue to trade these out. He's losing just a little bit of bio, but he's keeping the Baneling count in check. And Solar has been struggling to get past 160 supply for it feels like the last couple of minutes. All right, Lurker is now on the field.
Yeah, I mean, oh, he should definitely run back from that. Now, even though I don't think Terran's going to break in that top position, the one that we're looking at right now, I'm much more worried about because, you know, after this base, assuming that this falls, there is literally going to be no other bases Zerg has that are particularly useful in a long game, except for this one that's hidden in the top left. And I don't think we can fairly count that in as an actual asset for the Zerg right now.
No, it's going to run out of minerals very soon. The one at the 12 o'clock, excuse me. And yeah, there's no way drones are getting to that corner base. Yeah.
This one at the top left, no way. The Zerg does have better tech, but the Terran has basically succeeded in crunching and pressuring Solar. So, I mean, right now, Solar needs to produce more units and then figure out, like, okay, how do I further, how do I get more control of the map? I mean, Terran is very comfortably continuing to close in. Lurkers, by the way, they're hard to fight, but if you have siege tanks, you just siege out of their range, and you're kind of, it's kind of like the Banelings, right? You can kind of pull them towards you, and then if you take that fight correctly, you're good. Yeah,
we might see a little bit of a dance between Vipers and tanks and Lurkers as Solar doing us a treat and highlighting that right there. But it's tough now because Cure on 5 bases against effectively the 4 of Solar, because that top left base is basically not mining, and now adding ghosts as well. Cure is firing on all cylinders right now, plopping down another command center, gearing up to take a 6th base, and while Solar is hard to kill with Vipers and Lurkers, or Viper, excuse me, only one, he's really starving for res, and you can see that right now. He is effectively no bank. He still hasn't reached a max supply in this game, I believe, only now at 180. And Cure, he's just building the perfect composition. Now, I like this play out of Solar coming over here, trying to find some counter damage, but you see the Ghost just cleaning this up.
Yeah, he actually hid these Ghosts, so that I think Zerg might have gotten a little bit overconfident here.
I'm worried about those Lurkers, man. Those.
Yeah, they need to get out of there.
It's a healthy number of Ghosts. I think we're up to 12 Ghosts, actually. Even more than we saw on screen over there at the 3rd base for Cure. I don't know. I feel like this is Cure's game to lose right now. He is just getting out of control. It's almost like he's the Zerg player in this situation, you know?
Yeah, well, it's cool because he pushed really far in and then he just stopped. And it was kind of it's like the sign of like a really smart player. He's like, I don't have to fight much harder for this. I've, kind of smashed all your bases. But he's going to back off. However, look, Zerg's broken free now, which puts the burden back on Terran to try to come out and do something again.
That is true. Zerg finally now taking more bases, and that top left base is now at last saturated. And Cure able to spot these out, coming in with some snipes now. No detection,
dude,
so these Lurkers are going down.
All of them.
Gotta say, Ghost killing things is like so anticlimactic. Also, just like,
I know.
Pew, pew.
I know.
So you're all dead.
It is the wrong sound effect, right? They should have that sound from the AWP in CSGO.
Nidus Network underway for Solar. Nukes underway for Cure, so really filling out tech trees for both players right now. This Cure probably going to lift up and bring these units home. Does not want to lose those Ghost to Banelings. Actually, a really nice catcher for Solar. That's a good number of Ghosts going down. That Ghost count now down to 8. As Solar continuing to trade favorably here, and
I feel like this fight is just going further and further into the base here.
Cure kind of buckled that a little bit, just overextending with those Ghosts, and kind of a funky way. I mean, I was expecting him to kind of lift up and go back home, but
yeah, well, that was his big late game asset, so he kind of messed that up. You know.
Yeah, I wonder what the Ghost count is now for Cure, because Solar, to his credit, he's been playing behind in supply this entire time, behind in bases, and now finally he gets eclipsed Cure in supply, and Cure has 0 Ghosts. The Ghost count got completely wiped there, so that was a huge overextension, and Solar just pounced on it.
But, Solar now ahead. As far as supply goes, he's got a lot of gas banked up, so he could make a lot of Banelings. And, it's funny. This was such a different start to this game. But if you just walked in and started looking at this game, you would expect this was a completely ordinary TVZ here. It looks like there's no real way for the Zerg to break the Terran, but the Zerg's going to try anyways. And Zerg is continuing to take so much of the map, it's crazy. He's literally expanding into the sensor tower, by the way, in the about 9 o'clock spot here on the mini-map.
That one Viper for Solar, by the way, has gotten so much value over the course of this game.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it was like the same Viper in his natural expansion.
It's the hero Viper. It's the Warcraft 3 hero in the game. Oh, he needs to move these.
Yeah, both players kind of just trading blows right now. Kira taking down this top left base, denying this hatchery over here around the 4 o'clock position, and the game is really evened up after Kira had a fantastic contain there on Solar. Solar really fighting back.
Yeah, dude, it was impressive. And now we're in this epic game. If you look at the minimap, by the way, there's only 2 spots that haven't been taken, and those 2 spots will be taken eventually here. And that's going to be in the bottom right. And so this is the situation that's presented itself so many times before. You know, the one where the Terran can't kill the Zerg off, but at the same time, the Terran is expanding slower than the Zerg, so the Zerg might end up running out of money before the Terran. And I call this, you know, an exhaust play, basically. Zerg suddenly doesn't have any way to do any damage. And if you look at Zerg units in general, I mean, this has always been the theme of them, is that you're going to have to trade them out no matter what to get value. But if you don't trade them out and get any value at all, the Terran just outlasts you. Look out!
Almost hit our camera,
yeah,
man.
that's close, man.
No,
The observer.
don't go there. Okay, for a second. Oh man, I didn't see the overseer for a second. I'm like, no. Watch out for the dot.
Nice snipes here.
Sniping banelings.
Yeah, anything he can get.
Yeah, exhaust play is the perfect way of describing this too, because at the end of the day, the Terran army composition in the ultimate late game, controlled at the top level, it is cost effective compared to the Zerg. It is the stronger composition, especially on a defensive front. And that being said, you know, Zerg having to trade cost inefficiently, if they, as you said, do get exhausted on resources, which might be the case if we go to a split map, that is the winning condition for Terran.
Right.
Is
That's
eventually,
how Terran gets it.
Yeah, eventually just waiting until the Zerg comes out of money. And it's kind of the same idea there for the Zerg too, where you will see them kind of go up to like 80, 90 drones, go for these big Lingbane armies, maybe mix in some Vipers, some Lurkers, and they'll just continue to try and pummel the Terran and just break them and eventually contain them on 5 bases. And don't let them expand, because again, if you let Terran kind of encroach on those extra bases and just control that side of the map, you will eventually lose. So it's a really kind of tricky dance that both players are trying to do, but Kira having all that momentum in the mid game, even though things have kind of equalized, makes it very difficult for Solar. This Ghost just kind of
you're in the wrong part of town, Ghost.
But it makes it difficult for Solar because the window where Kira was cost-effective in denying mining from Solar has been so long that his bank rivals Zerg's, and that's usually not a situation that you get into in these late games. And here we go, Solar now coming in again with a Lingbane.
Okay, this is an insane amount of damage, but it does seem like it's going to be a bit of an overextension. There was a base, not this one over here, but on the kind of mirror opposite side.
Oh God, can that tank deny mining? That's actually so funny if it can.
Wait,
I think it might be able to.
It can.
That's hilarious, actually.
That can't be. Someone get the map maker in here. That's not fair.
Load up the map contest on
This
Team
is like
Liquid
now the
.net.
best exhaust play map in the whole GSL.
It's actually nuts if that's the case, and I think it might be.
Look at that! You can hit it from there!
That's crazy. I had no idea.
No!
But all the Zerg pros
I would
watching
walk
from
out
Europe.
of here right now. Zerg players are screaming at their monitors right now.
All the Zerg players, all the professional Zerg players in Europe right now are like, yeah, guys.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, we had enough Zerg champions, all right? You guys had your moment. Now tanks can hit your mineral line while they're still from home.
But yeah, this is a tough spot for Solar. We see another huge attack coming in on this planetary, but again, at the end of the day, Solar has to be cost effective to make these work. He's trying to deny mining as long as he can, but look at the banks. 4,000 minerals and 2,000 gas per cure, whereas Solar is only on like, what, 3K res? This is tough. He is denying bases, but, you know, Cure eventually is going to creep his way back onto the map and take it back, and this base being mined out, or denied mining, I should say, it's kind of, it almost feels like a checkmate play where, you know, no one can really kill the other guy, but
yeah,
Cure is just being so cost effective right now that Solar feels like he's running out of options, and now even drops coming in all over the map.
Here's the other thing too, is that, okay, even if he can't use this base, he's going to then have to at least have the base on the other side in the lower right.
And that's
okay,
so easy to siege too for Terran eventually.
Yeah,
you know?
it's that one's you just siege also from your home. You just don't hit the minerals, you hit the hatchery.
Command center getting denied here.
You know what though, honestly? I don't know, even though that's crazy that the tank can hit the minerals from there, I don't know that Terran's in a better spot anymore. It seems like the bottom right quadrant of the map, Terran has like kind of lost control over, right?
You're saying that, but at the same time, these trades have not really been cost efficient. Right now, Solar dipping to 150 supply. He's going to have to remake Army here at the end of the day, and his mineral bank is down to 1,000. And you got to think that eventually Cure, when he remaxes, if he's able to take these bases, will have control of the game, but we'll see exactly where it goes right now as Solar cleaning up yet another drop in the top left as these guys continue to go back and forth. We're now 24 minutes into the game and the supplies are dead even. Mineral counts reset, and man, what a series between these two. We knew it was going to be a slugfest coming into this, but it is so close.
It's funny to think of how this game started and then where we're at right now. And so this is, we can kind of ignore that base that the tank could hit from earlier. It's all going to come down to them both expanding and fighting in this area. The bottom right quadrant is the most important area. Solar is spilling in. He is killed, or he will kill off the command center. He does get it right there. And but then he has to run away. Can the Terran now seesaw back over there and hit the Zerg's base?
I think he might be able to. 137 army supply.
Yeah, the thing is, there's like nowhere for Zerg to escape to, right? They like literally run up that ramp, and then it's like, all right, well, I hope he can't reach us from here. And so already, the tug of war begins.
Shows how critical this position is on the map right now for Solar, because if he lets this base get up, not only is it a great defensive position there for Cure, but also it's a great attacking front to one of the few full mining bases for Solar.
He pulled 2 tanks in, but 2 more came in. Those are the stunt doubles for the tanks.
Stunt doubles.
Yeah. And, dude, am I wrong? I don't think Zerg can hold this.
I don't think so.
I don't feel like it.
The tank count is just so high, 11 tanks. There's only 2 Vipers out for Solar. I'm not sure what the energy count is for them right now, and I think Cure might actually be blocking his command center with this huge tank right now. He hasn't landed it just yet. It's been there for like 30 seconds.
Oh, I think you're right. I think there is something underneath it. He can't land it. Well, it's probably, he knows if he takes this base out, it's probably the most important moment on the map here.
Oh, certainly. Oh, especially with nukes, because then you kind of got to come in on this, right? Like, what do you do with Zerg?
Dude, they need to move over more. Actually, I always overestimated the range of a nuke.
I think the lurkers might take a little bit of damage, the ones on the edge, but besides that,
these drones.
Oh, no damage at all. Wow, let's have to come back to
this has always been a problem with a nuke in the game where you're just like, all right, it's a nuke, it's gonna hit, and it like
they got these technical nukes on which, dude. They're not cutting it. All right, Solar coming in, and kind of a last-ditch effort trying to break this position. You see his supply just plummeting, 129s with 150 right now for Cure as the space.
Oh my God! It's
continuing to get denied.
It's like this metaphor for life is that tank on the high ground. That's brutal, man.
This is a tough spot now for.
I think Solar's almost out.
He's running out of steam. I mean, he still has some mining there in the top left, and some of these additional bases, they do have mineral patches left, so you see his mineral count, his income isn't completely lost, but very soon those final patches will run out, and at that point, unless you can break this position, there's nothing you can do.
And this attack is not going to be enough. I mean, there's just way too much Terran here. GG, Cure wins 2-0, and so he's going to go up against Dark. I got to say, I think Cure honestly played a lot better than he even normally does, and he normally plays very well. So that's some exciting stuff, man. But again, Dark is such a good opponent to go up against. And it does seem like Cure really kind of brought out a lot of unique play here. So how many more tricks does he have up his sleeve in this matchup?
It's a good question. We're going to see in that winners match soon.
That's right.
Man, what a slugfest between these two. You know, it wasn't 2-0, but it didn't feel like it. It was a close back and forth series.
Yeah. I'll tell you, man, I can't get over that tank hitting the minerals from the main. That's so funny.
That was brutal.
Guys, another ZVT is coming up after the short break. We'll be right back.
counting down the minutes till it's Tuesday. Another day back on my feet. I'm fighting every minute till the weekend, so I can live it up and do it all again and again.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
지성세다 제로 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다 지성사이다 제로
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
지성세다 제로 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다 지성사이다 제로
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀리 점심엔 라떼 홀리 저녁엔 라떼 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리.
Round of 20 group interview.
좀 연습은 열심히 했는데 경기력이 많이 안 나와서 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
시즌 1도 좀 4강까지 했는데 또 똑같이 4강까지 해서 너무 마음이 아팠고요. 전체적으로 좀 못했던 것 같아요.
아무래도 같은 상대한테 시즌 1, 2를 둘 다 떨어져가지고 자괴감이 좀 많이 들었던 것 같아요.
네, 안녕하세요. 1년 반 만에 GSL에 복귀하게 된 프린스 최민입니다. 제 실력 탓도 있지만 좀 풀이 줄어들면서 좀 예선 통과하기가 힘들었던 것 같아요.
둘 다 응원은 솔직히 그냥 50대 50으로 했고 성주가 이길 거라고 예상을 했어요. 왜냐면 연습할 때 엄청 포스 있는 느낌은 아니었어서 솔직히. 근데 역시 대회 때 준호 형은 진짜 괴물인 것 같아요.
그냥 할 것 같은 사람이 했다? 약간 그냥 누가 해도 이상하지 않았다고 생각해서 가전대는 또 다르다 보니까 이길 것 같았어요. 저는.
프로토스 우승하면 안 되는데 물론 저도 기다리긴 했는데 김준호 선수가 잘하는 거지 아직 프로토스가 세진 않아가지고
경기력이 일단 되게 좋더라고요. 그냥 템포전 그냥 아무 생각 없이 보는데 좀 오랜만에 감탄하면서 본 경기였어서 경기력이 되게 좋더라고요.
고민을 좀 많이 해야 될 것 같은데. 그래도 민투랑 토론하는 게 낫지 않나. 그래도 동생한테 맞으면 좀 많이 서러울 것 같아가지고 그냥 민수한테 말로 맞는 게 나을 것 같아요.
저는 강민수 선수랑 밤샘 토론하기. 강민 선수랑 게임 얘기 그래도 새벽에 자주 해가지고 저도 얘기하는 거 좋아해서 약간 그런 부류거든요. 저도. 그래서 잘 맞을 것 같아요.
진짜 안 맞아봐서 그런 것 같아요. 맞아보면 생각이 좀 바뀔 것 같습니다. 근데 제가 약간 친한 선수들끼리 있으면 말이 많은데 그 안 친한 사람들이랑 있으면 또 말이 아예 없거든요. 제가 약간 낯을 좀 가려서.
사람들이 안 맞아봐서 좀 그런 것 같은데 나중에 좀 GSL에서 합법적으로 때릴 수 있는 기회를 주시면 저는 적극 참여할 수 있도록 해보겠습니다. 3위였던 것 같은데 기억이 안 나네요. 너무 오래전 일이에요. 제 입으로 말씀드리면 좀 이런데 인기가 좀 있었거든요. 제 리즈 시절이지 않나. 그 가족 같은 조요? 왜 만든지 모르겠어요. 제가 이제 와서 생각해보면 그 가족 같은 조를
근데 자주 16강에서 하셨던 게 아니에요?
지금 또 만들고 싶네요, 이런 조를. 지금 하면 괜찮을 것 같아가지고.
네, 맞아요.
짠 사람 같죠?
요새 근데 많이 부어가지고 다이어트를 이제 좀 해야 되지 않을까 생각 중입니다.
이거 8게임 전 때 아닌가? 아 이때 별로 안 친했어요. 병렬이랑 좀 어사였어요. 어사. 병렬이랑 친해지는데 좀 오래 걸렸어요. 한 3, 4년 걸렸나? 제가 아닌 것 같은데요. 지금 하도 오래돼가지고 라식한 지가.
라식하고 나서 되게 미남이라는 소리 많이 들었어요.
누구 닮았다는 얘기 많이 들었어요. 막 자기 아들 닮았다. 자기 뭐 친구 닮았다. 뭐 이런 소리 많이 들었어요. 뭐 흔한 얼굴인 거였죠.
아 이때는 20살에 중2병이었어요. 그래가지고 내가 과연 죽기 전에 금발을 할 수 있을까? 약간 이런 생각이 들어서 한번 해봤습니다. 뭐 후회하거나 그러진 않아요. 왜냐면은 제가 일단 죽기 전에 그래도 한 번쯤은 이런 머리를 해볼 수 있다는 게.
앞으로 또 한 번 더 하시고.
한 번으로 죽여요. 이거는 저 엄청 옛날인데 이거 진짜 엄청 옛날인데 진짜 저렇게 아파가지고 진짜 저게 뭐 연기나 이런 거 1도 없이 그냥 진짜 그냥 넘어간 거거든요. 저 파워에. 아직도 그 아팠던 기억이 나요.
오랜만에 올라온 만큼 앞에 있는 것부터 생각해서 10강을 가는 걸 일단 가장 큰 목표로 잡고 있고요. 그 이후로는 일단 되는 대로 최선을 다할 생각입니다.
올해 마지막인데 좀 최대한 좋은 성적 거둬서 내년에 진짜 카토비처까지 좀 잘 이어가고 싶습니다.
이번에도 4강 가면 너무 슬플 것 같아서 준호 형을 최대한 피해서 결승까지 가보는 걸로 하겠습니다.
마지막 부사 라인의 자존심을 지키도록 최선을 다해서 좋은 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. Dark. Prince. Solar. Cure. Round of 20. Group E. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
What is this? Don't know, just let the lyrics come out. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. It's time to decide who will move on into the round of 10. There are already 8 players in the round of 10. Soon we're going to have 9 here. It's either going to be Dark or Cure moving on. Now, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would say I think Dark probably 60% more, or like a 60-40 matchup, basically. He's more likely to move on.
I agree with you. I mean, Solar and Cure, they go pretty much 50-50 in their matches. And Dark, in my opinion, is a much better ZVT player than Cure is. I mean, Dark is just a legend.
Yeah.
In the Korean Zerg scene. And Cure, he looked convincing, but keep in mind, those were 2 very close games.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. In my opinion, he's got his work cut out for him here against Dark.
It's going to be a tough one for sure. You know, Dark kind of just rolls through these groups pretty easily, but I don't know, man. I mean, Cure did look very strong today. Excuse me, he did look very strong today. Maybe he can cause an upset. Cure, I believe, he's beaten Dark several times before. We'll have the stats up for this when we get into the game. Anyways, it's going to be Data C for map number 1, Moon Dance for map number 2, and Stargazers. That's us, the people watching. For map number 3, we're the Stargazers. All right, so let's hop into this, guys, and find out who will get one of those last 2 spots in the round of 10 in Season 3 of the GSL Code S.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day. There's nothing that I can't.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure.
CC first again.
And you can see the drone just wanted to check, you know, make sure there's no barracks behind the minerals or anything like that. But with Dark going for a hatch first, I mean, this is, there's no way to punish the command center first. So if we were to measure these 2 builds out right now, Cure is on a much better trajectory.
Especially Zerg, when they get that scouting intel.
From Australia.
Good
Welcome.
day from Australia.
Brown University.
Get after it, Cure.
Rebel for Life. The best song in the GSL.
But
I'm a Rebel for Life, the Shakespeare of our time.
We'll see what flavor of a 2cc opening Kier decides to go for. So I wasn't too big a fan of the Marauder push, as never really tends to work out very well in GSL Code S. But some of the other pushes that we've seen from Terrans as a follow-up to the CC first opening, like the Siege Tank Marine push that usually hits, it's deadly.
Yeah, so the trend persists here. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he can make it work. And by the way, I'm going to call it right now, he's not going to do that thing with the Marauders this time.
I think
okay,
you're right
that's
about
not
that.
coming.
If anything, in my opinion, that like kind of set him back in that game.
100%, man. It's like, okay, no, you literally just have a lead. Literally, don't be fancy. You know, this isn't a magic show.
Nope.
You don't have to make the Eiffel Tower disappear and then reappear. No, okay? Just make Marines and tanks push. It's solid. It works. And it's had huge success so far.
One Marine into a reactor here for Kier. Nice and standard. The reactor Hellions coming out in just a minute. And then we'll see exactly where he decides to go for this. And yeah, I think you're right. We're probably not going to see any kind of Marauder push again.
No, dude. If it does, I'm going to spit.
You're going to spit?
I'm going to spit on the ground. That's the highest level of disrespect the caster can give, man.
All right. Dart coming in now is going to see the add-ons and Tech Lab on the barracks. You might have to get that spit and mouth ready.
Oh,
we'll see.
no.
We'll
Is he going to do the Marauder thing?
Could be.
Or is this...
Could be for combat shields or stim. We'll have to wait and see what he decides to go
Could
with.
this be like some 4D chess stuff? Like, now he's going to do the real good Tech Lab build?
Oh, like he has like a fake one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, he's going to get concussive shells.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, I'm not...
What?
I'm a little perplexed by
it's
this.
Funny
considering...
also hearing the Korean casters cast this and they were reacting the same way. In the
I'm not
studio.
sure how much that picks up on the mics, but yeah, it's funny.
No, it doesn't pick up at all, but we can just kind of hear them reacting. Now, this is weird because I would put Dark a couple points.
He canceled it. He faked us out.
He faked us out.
Dark
He
didn't
tricked
even
us all.
scout it, man. He tricked us.
Guys,
He's
check your
like,
pockets.
we're
Did he get your wallet too?
Gonna make the casters look like fools.
Oh my God!
Yeah, this makes much more sense.
He's
going
gonna
for
go
Cloak
Banshee
Banshees.
Cloak, and the casters are a laughing stock now. Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah.
This is, you know what? He almost lost game 2 on purpose. This is, what is that movie that, oh my God, the end of that one movie with Kevin Spacey where he's walking with a limp the whole time and then he's not walking?
Kevin Spacey move? I don't know, man. I haven't watched a lot of Kevin Spacey.
All right, this is
before my time.
This is a great show. This is a great show. Oh, never mind. My joke sucks. This is crazy. Okay, so he's going to come forward. Now the Roaches are going to see the Banshee. And look, he can just shoot that down.
That's not a very committed push out here for Dark. Just a handful of Roaches. And honestly, losing the Roaches here, it's like worth the value in getting the Scout on the Banshees a couple seconds of
oh, for
sooner.
sure. Because if that just shows up and starts killing stuff. And by the way, State behind this, he is going for Stim.
Yeah, Stim in a third command center. So it won't be that deadly 2-base Siege Tank push that we've seen Terrans do earlier in the GSL Code S. Fit up for that third CC now. This is something kind of similar to what we saw, I think, Ryung do previously to kind of a mixing success. Because a lot of the tempo advantage that you get from the CC first push is that once you reach the mid-game, your economy is just a little bit faster. You have a couple more SCVs, and over time, that kind of compounds into having an army lead.
Right.
That can be very tough for the Zerg player to stop. And once that culminates into a timing push, like with Siege Tanks and Marines, it's the kind of thing that can very quickly spiral out of control for the Zerg. But opting for a third CC instead of that 2cc push means that if a push does hit, it's going to be later. And by then, you know, economies have equalized a little bit more. So it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of, yeah, your economy will be better, but the trade-off is you're missing an opportunity to go for a push that could be very deadly, very scary for the Zerg to try and hold off on.
But you know what, man? I kind of like this because Dark is so infamous for basically just cutting the right number of drones and holding everything off, and then he wins later on. That to just go for a third base, maybe there's a chance that for a little part of this game, Dark was still cutting drones and getting ready, and then realizes, oh, he actually skipped ahead another step.
It's a good point. Yeah, it might be a little bit of a meta play just specifically here against Dark is to bait him into trying to counter a 2-base push and then go for the third and eventually push again after that.
Personally, I lose a lot of games like that if somebody could just make it look like they're going to come in and attack me, and then I like freak out a little bit, and then I find out, oh no, you're expanding with me, and now there's a kind of this weird tempo shift.
Yeah, we don't play Zerg too, which is like the most extreme race in that situation because
Yeah,
you're either making drones or you're making army.
Yeah.
It's not.
You're either literally fully developing your economy or you are making an attacking army. And honestly, the third CC's landed. I don't see a fourth hatchery planted yet. I like this for Cure.
And no fourth hatchery just yet, but Dark is getting his infestation pit. He is getting his Hydralisk den.
He starts that fourth.
And adding a lot more drones. So pretty even, I gotta say. Considering the opening so far, and Dark is a guy that absolutely loves his Roach play in this matchup. Really healthy Roach count there for him. And Cure opting to go for a drop into the main base. Now, I don't think this has been spotted from Dark. I'm curious if Dark has anything in his main.
Is he just?
to
He's going to drop here. Or does he go in the main? He goes in the main.
He's going in the main.
Okay.
That's a lot of Marines.
Oh man, and this is a really good position. He's going to have to cancel the hatchery. I was about to say.
He might get a lair.
Dude, what?
He's going for the lair. 2 transfuses coming off. More coming up for the back. But that's it. The lair's down. Immediately gets started again.
Sick. That wasn't the plan, by the way, guys. He's not like, I'm going to drop in here and go for the lair. He just looks at that. He goes, you know what?
That gets
Let's
a macro
just
hatchery.
go for it.
Macro hatchery plus the lair. That's a great pickoff.
That's huge, man.
That slows the hive timing by a considerable amount. And, lurkers, unless they get all those hive techs up, they're not very great. And you see Dark now going for the lurkers den. He's not going to get full value out of those units until minutes down the road, and minutes in a StarCraft 2 game. Feels like ages, man. This game is so fast.
It's funny, like, we can talk about all the bad things that could happen in this phase of the game for Zerg, and one we would not even bother bringing up because it never happens is they lose the layer.
Yeah.
That just doesn't happen. And so that's a huge blow that completely changes the whole development process for Zerg in this game. So Cure is almost there. But again, Dark is so good when he gets kind of cornered like he is in this game. So let's see how he fights back.
And Dark, interestingly, opted for a handful of infestors, which I don't think we've seen on screen just yet. So he decided after his hive timing got delayed by the lair going down, he decided to opt for 4 infestors to spend as gas and balance his economy just a little bit. And infestors are not something we see too often in this matchup anymore, but considering that Dark is such a Roach Ravager heavy player, if he can pair some fungals with some corrosive biles, that could be huge damage. And to this point, I don't think Cure has an idea that there's infestors on the map.
So, is he not going to move? I was about to say he's going to fly into the main. He just like picks up and waits there. That can't be the right way to do it. Cure has played an extremely patient game. It looks like things are going to start to get to a boiling point, though, because the tanks are coming out. Terran is maxed out. Not that Zerg is that far away. He needs to pick a location to hit. Now, excuse me. Now, I do got to point out, he's played such a strong game that there really isn't any kind of easy point to attack because Dark has expanded so slowly. But it looks like it's going to be at this 4th base over here. There is a fresh base being taken at 12 o'clock.
Ooh, Fungo coming in. We get a medevac. First lurker upgrade now being researched. 2 more Vipers on the way. And the spellcasting for Dark is critical in this. We see a lot of Zerg players play ZVT and mostly rely on positioning. They'll play like a Ling Baneling style, maybe with some roaches, and they'll focus on getting surrounds on the Terran army. But this army that Dark has made is playing to a little bit of a different style. For him, it's the spellcasting, it's the infestors, it's the Vipers that are going to be critical in getting a fight, because if he trades favorably with this army right here for Cure, now that he's finally adding in lurkers, he's going to have a very powerful unit composition.
What is this crazy attack?
Yeah.
It was like a drive-by. It doesn't seem like the confidence was there for Cure. And so he's actually going to go right back into turtling. We're going to be in for a long game here.
He's camping.
Yeah, he's going to turtle it out. Nice drop over here.
Oh, he's actually going to lurker den. Man, these lurker upgrades have been delayed so much.
This is wild.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at these fungals. Those are some huge fungals. Bio's coming down as well as a huge swath of Cure's bio just gets decked. In the meantime, though,
Oh, he's gonna do it. Get your layer punch card out.
Hive just has too much HP, but man, 9 drones going down. It's a lot of damage done. Infestation pit as well, man. Cure has sniped so many critical structures. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. I've never quite casted a TVZ like this, by the way.
No, it's really wonky.
Yeah.
It's really funny because I feel like Dark, maybe, like, I see the Infestors as kind of a reactive thing. It's like, oh, I need to spend my gas on something productive. My Hive tech has been delayed by minutes.
Right.
Might as well make 4 Infestors. And then now you have like him kind of playing into an army composition that pairs well with fungal growth.
Yeah.
And Kier also like finding these weird paths like snipe layers and like lurker dens and almost getting a Hive there. Brought it to like 50% HP. It's an odd game. It's kind of a unique one, but we're eventually getting back to the stage in the game where it's Terran taking their side of the map and playing on the defensive, and Zerg, once they get all the pieces of their puzzle and they get all their lurker upgrades, they get all their melee attack upgrades, their carapace upgrades, they'll start to trade in with the Terran and hopefully find some ground, because as it is right now, Cure sitting on a lot of command centers. He's going to be gearing up to take a 5th and a 6th base very soon. Or 6th and 7th, excuse me. He's already taken that 5th.
Yeah, I mean, Dark did it. He really is the best at this in the whole world, I think. It's just sort of barely, you know, hanging on, and then eventually he's outlasted him. Now, Dark is eventually going to have to take the initiative himself. When Terran makes a bunch of planetaries, it kind of blocks off, like we see around 6 o'clock. It has these planetaries that are not on bases, or instead just sort of there as like giant turrets, so to speak. That's when you're telegraphing your behavior to the Zerg and saying, yeah, I'm not going to try to end this right away. We're going to go for exhaust play once more.
I'm interested in spotting the synergy between the Infestors and the Vipers here, because we really don't see a lot of Infestor play in ZVT, especially in these late game armies, and Cure's never been able to pick those off. So those are 4 high energy Infestors that potentially paired with something like Blinding Cloud could lead Dark to some pretty advantageous pushes.
So he's going to come in here now, and I mean, he's not able to really get anything done here, is he? It feels like this game has slowed down to a pretty extreme point here. Snipes the tank off, nicely done.
I think for now, Dark is just trying to control his side of the map.
I think so.
Establish it safely, and then we'll see him trade in. But man, that's a lot of ghosts out already.
Nice. Oh my God, he just murdered everything over there.
Yeah.
Okay, and now he's going to start doing nukes. Now, I want to point out, Zerg doesn't have anywhere near as much of the map as they normally do.
No, it's been a very slow style here for Dark.
Yeah, and that actually could become a problem here, because normally when we see nukes come into play here, it's like the Zerg has got so much of the map that it's like his creep is pushed up against the Terran's bases, right?
Yeah, he's got like a hatchery that's getting hit by siege tanks of the Terran's
main. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, I just want to say, like, right now, Terran is almost out expanding the Zerg. In fact, I guess if you look at the dots of bases on the map, they're technically even, but like that means that Zerg's behind, because Zerg is supposed to be like at least 1 base ahead in this matchup.
Lack of Spore Crawlers here is an issue for Dark as well. He's having to split so much of his attention on shutting down these Liberators. I mean, 4 drones at this stage in the game is not a big deal, but it takes your attention away from things like this, and that's Lurkers going down, that's Infestors getting sniped, and here we go. Fungal.
That was a funny looking exchange, wasn't it?
It was, but you like it, because the Fungal, not only does it slow them down, but also reveals those ghosts, and the Vipers just come in and abduct all of them. It's an interesting take on late game Zerg here, which, again, kind of feels very organic, because I don't think this was the plan coming into this game. It's just the way that things evolved.
No, I think Kier actually played a really smart early all the way through mid, now into late game. I think he really made it tricky for Dark. But again, Dark is extremely good at playing from behind.
4 more command centers in production.
So all the bases have been taken. We know that the tank on the high ground hit those minerals is coming. Honestly, though, it just seems like Terran could just push up here.
I'm not sure what the anti-air count is here for Dark. I don't think he has much of it at all. So these Liberators are going to be quite the problem to deal with. Order's now coming in. Dark does not want to let Kier get this base, and Dark's army is very immobile. This is not Ling Bailing. This is Infestor Lurker, Viper. And as a result, him going over to the 3 o'clock to try and shut down that base, he's losing these 2 bases in top left. And it feels like Cure right now.
Yeah, I like it for Cure, man. I really do.
He's really snowballing. And Dark is going to try and trade out. Go tit for tat here. Take out these bases on the right side, but Cure has so many command centers that it almost doesn't even feel like this matters if these planetaries go down.
I almost wish the Observer would just check how many minerals are at each base for the Zerg, because that's actually the story of this game here, is like Zerg needs to eventually take these other bases. Terran's ahead in bases, and yeah, I mean, he should just eventually get economically wiped out. We should point out that Zerg is not maxed. Whereas Terran is maxed, and now he can't even spend the money.
4K bank.
Yep, he's got a ton banked up here. And, I mean, if I'm Cure, I play very slowly from here. I'll be very patient and just try to make sure that you hit. When you hit, it has to count.
Yeah, it feels like he's in complete control right now. Just playing slow is the correct play. If he doesn't overextend, I don't see really any path forward here for Dark.
About this.
Well, he's got to make something happen, right? It's a little bit of a gamble.
Okay, so drones are long-distance mining, so that should tell us everything we need to know.
These snipes. I think
snipes, man.
Nearing the end of this game.
We could have a quiet ending here. It could just be Dark tapping out. He just looks at the situation. He might try to find another opportunity. Honestly, I don't see any position in the last minute or two where like Zerg traded favorably at all.
No, and it kind of... The main thing I'm looking at right now is that Dark is playing kind of a higher tech style than we see a lot of Zergs do. He's adding Infestors, he's adding Vipers, he's making a ton of Lurkers. Those are gas-intensive units. And yet, like, the one thing that he has right now is gas. And that's because he's been playing such a slow game. He's never really been able to get his mineral economy online. And the last couple of minutes, Cure's also been denying any extra bases in the top left in addition to the bottom right.
Right.
And Dark right now, I mean, it's been like almost a minute since the last fight, and he's still nowhere near max 179 supply. And a lot of that supply is in units that kind of fulfill a little bit more of a support role. It's Infestors, it's Vipers. They're not units that fight a lot head on. Like, it's just a handful of Hydras, a handful of Banes, a low number of Zerglings, and
look at the minerals right now for Dark here.
He has 2 bases right now that I think have still all their mineral patches, and pretty much everything else is nearing mined out. The main is gone in minerals. The 3rd base looks like it's almost gone in minerals, as is the natural. And unless Dark is able to take another base, I think we're going to see him just kind of slowly bleed out here as the Ghosts come in and take yet another favorable exchange. No support on them, and Dark kind of going for a Hail Mary right now, diving the 3rd base of Cure here with his Lurkers, Vipers, and Infestors, but Cure's ready for this man.
Yeah, this is kind of Dark in his death throes here. I mean, there's just no way he's going to get anything done. Cure basically played a brilliant exhaust game. GG. You never really see Dark lose like that.
No, that was an interesting game. It was a kind of unique flavor of TBZ that we don't usually see. Through the mid game, it kind of ended in the same spot, which is, you know, Terran camping, and Zerg not really able to do too much about it, as we've seen really top Terrans just excel at hunkering down on the defense. But the main story to me there is Cure with some really fantastic positional play, like hitting the snipe on the lair.
Yeah.
And then going back again and sniping the Lurker again after I think it was starting to research the 2nd upgrade. It just slowed Dark down so much. He didn't really have any chance except to take slow bases, and at that point Cure just wasn't going to give him any breathing room. Did not let him take any expansion on the top left or the bottom right side of the map, and just exhausted him.
We're going to go to Moon Dance for map 2. I really want to know if Cure is going to do that Command Center first build again. We're going to find out, because our game has just now loaded up.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
CC first again. It's a good build.
Yeah, I mean, Zergs, you see what Terrans are doing, man. You got to figure out.
They can't keep getting away with this, Tasteless.
I really like that this is the meta now. Now, what did the Darkwind pull first, right? But, you know, we kind of thought this was going to do more than it would do.
It wasn't an early pool, though. It wasn't super quick. It's not like we're seeing like a 12 pool out of these guys or anything. It's just a pool hatch.
And, you know, I really think for Cure's sake, just go for a straight-up vanilla fast push.
I think that could work.
You've got the lead. He went for the Marauder build. In the first time he did it. Second time he did it, he faked the Marauder build and went for the Cloak build. So does he have a third variation of this? And honestly, I think if he does the Marauder build, I don't even get it.
I don't think we're going to see it.
I don't think it makes any sense. This happens a lot. You know, since GSL's been around for a long time, where like we see something, we're like, oh, it's different. It's going to be Marauders with concussive. That's so cool. This is going to work. And then it doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, that's why we don't see that very often.
Yeah, it almost never works.
Yeah.
There's a very short window in Legacy of the Void where that was a successful and hard to stop push.
Right.
Before Zergs figured it out. And coming into this game, I have to think that Cure has another variant up his sleeve, because here in the final group of CODES this season, Cure has potentially 3 best of 3s against Zerg coming into this. I mean, he had the first one against Solar, and then if he's able to win that, he's always going to play against Dark. I mean, Dark against Prince, just on paper, is such a gauntlet for Prince to overcome that it's almost, you almost just kind of look at that one as like, okay, well, Dark is going to be the winner's match, right? And Dark being as good as he is, if Cure isn't able to beat him out here, he might be playing Solar again in the final match. And so you would think that Cure coming into this is going to have a wide breadth of different strategies to take on Zerg, because it feels like anytime you have really any prepared tournament like this, the GSL format where these guys have, you know, weeks leading up to their matches to get ready for it and, you know, devise some strategies, the winning formula for Terrans and Protoss players is to kind of come at it from all these different angles and keep the Zerg players guessing, right? So we'll see now. Hellion's underway. Starport in production. And yeah, the question that I'm asking is if this is going to be a 2-base push, because considering how strong it was in the earlier groups of Season 3, I feel like that's got to be like a good way to play this, right?
But I also think it's a great way to pair that build with the first game that we had where he didn't quite do that. He kind of like he sort of put pressure on, and then he just went on to 3 bases. And you know, Dark really did react the same way that, you know, we were talking about the build. Okay, it's going to be that 2-base timing push. Dark reacted like that was what it was, and then he got into a really weird spot. Like, that was one of the weakest late games I've ever seen from Dark, and I think it's all because of the behaviors that Cure took on. He kind of faked out Dark with this new build, and Dark had to pay for it. One thing to note is this map, it's like taller than it is wide.
Yeah.
And basically, I think the easiest bases for Zerg to take are the 3 that we have here, then the one that's organically to the right of that, just below the screenshot, and then the one at the top.
Yeah,
but I feel like anything else is pretty attackable here.
I think maybe the 9 o'clock base might be a more natural third expansion, but it does feel like it's much harder to defend against a siege tank push.
Yeah.
The 12 o'clock base is Cure going for Cloak Banshees and Hellions back at home behind the 7 Marine drop. Just kind of poking and prodding, and okay, going to be third CC again.
So one thing to note, guys, this is a map, I probably should have mentioned this earlier. This is a map where the command center, there's a free base in the back of your base is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Now the Zerg in this position can't see if you've taken it or not. And so this is like kind of, it puts Dark in a weird spot, right? Because he's not, you know, it could be 2 bases and that's an empty vacant lot back there, or it could be a very big macro game. You just don't know.
It's also nice for the Terran because it allows them to actually place that third CC on the low ground instead of...
So you get to reap the benefits from it right away.
This is getting quite a bit done, actually. Drone Pill here does not want these Marines to get away, but it's going to result in a handful of drones going down, almost getting a 4th there.
I don't know if that was the best drop I've ever seen. That was pretty rough.
Not great, but take what damage you can, I guess. And yeah, that's a great point. That Dark, at this point, has no idea whether or not Cure is taking a third expansion. Now, he might surmise it based on the harassment units being thrown away, because if this was a push, you would expect Cure to do everything in his power to retain that bio count. But
and I think he's going to try to fake what looks like a 2-base push here.
Spore Crawler is really late there on the third base for Dark. Healthy number of queens, though. Man, there's like no spores. Right.
Oh, my God. Big misstep there with the Banshee. Yeah. That thing could not have died faster.
This is an interesting push. That's a lot of Hellions. Huh. That's an unusually high number of Hellions.
Here's what's weird about this. I feel like this is like almost an anti-timing because he took a third base. But I guess he will be able to clean up the creep here. It's a lot of Hellions. You're right about that.
He's making more, too. He just had 2 more pop backs. So.
Huh. Now he turns him into Hellbats, but this can't work, right?
No, there's Bailings already on the field. That's a nice spread, though.
Yeah, that was pretty good, but I think the Queens alone just beat this. One of the funny things about watching the Hellbats fight Queens is Queens are actually like more nimble than they are.
Oh, by
when they're on creep, so it's like, well, what are you trying to do here?
They got their age advantage, too, and they can transfuse. They're tanky.
It's crazy.
Queens are great.
Hellbats are so bad against mass Queens.
It's funny, too, because like that's like just what Zergs do now is they go up to like 9 Queens or so almost every single game. And oh, Cure not looking.
Yeah. I don't like this game for Cure.
No, I don't like the Hellbat timing. That's just so odd.
I feel like he's made this game way more abstract. Honestly, he's going to take a fourth base here.
It's going to be another slow grind game, I think.
I thought he would keep it ambiguous, just go 2 bases and do an all-in. That's what I thought. But instead it was like just kind of these meh drops into just odd tech. Like, you know, guys, there's a reason we don't see that many Hellions and that late of a Hellbat push is because by then the Zerg has done everything they need to do to hold that off. Usually when we see attacks like that, it's very early on. They come in and they try to hit you right when you're weak, right when you're in the middle of your development.
Yeah, but that one coming in after the third CC is already planted.
Yeah.
That was an unusual timing. And occasionally throwing some kind of wonky timings like that can pay off. It can lead to getting kills, but the queen count for Dark is just so healthy that nothing really doing. And now we see Cure coming in with a follow-up push, Hellbats and Marines, but the Baneling count getting a lot better connections right now. And the Marines, there's not too many of them. Queens are just able to clean this up. The confidence just to drop the creep tumors right in the face of this
I know, it's kind of crazy. Now, their fourth base is coming. So Terran is like matching the Zerg. I mean, again, I don't really like what Cure did in some of this, but it's not terrible either.
He's not out of the game by any means.
No. He's still in this.
We're getting into the mid-game in a really unusual fashion that does feel like it favors Dark.
Is he going to get this? No, this will be transfused.
Yeah, transfusions.
Just say, that would be pretty crazy if he did actually get a denial on that melee attack upgrade.
Gotta say, though, it's stressing me out a little bit that he didn't, like, transfuse it at least once.
Oh, I know. When I was watching it, I'm like, dude.
Just do one, man. It's like 3 or 4 hits away from dying.
By the way, the worker count's almost even, so is the army supply.
Dark is going for Baneling drops.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
What do you know?
Huh.
Now, hold on. Here comes the push.
This could be huge if Cure is not paying attention to this. It might blindside him as much as it's blindsiding us.
This might be the moment that Cure is just literally not going to see the drop coming in here, because this is where your eyes are glued to this part of the map. Here we go. Is he going to move?
He notices it. Yeah. All right.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Really quick reflexes.
Yeah, Dark a little bit overambitious, but now Cure going to have to vacate this position. Almost would have liked to see Dark just wait a little bit, wait for Cure to actually engage and start splitting before he sends over that Overlord.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cure with very good awareness, spotting that Overlord, because 4 Banelings in a natural mineral line could do a ton of damage.
And you know what? Honestly, the first Baneling drop usually will do the most damage, because after that, they know it's going to be a problem all along. Here he comes, though. Very good reactions here from Cure. He pulls away again.
Yeah, that one just shift-clicked right there for Dark. Is now Cure coming back into the fourth base yet again. Denying a lot of creep spread over here, and even picking up some queens as these Widow Mines might get some really big hits. Man, that's so many Lings going down.
Huge connects there.
And, I mean, we've been ragging on Cure a little bit with the kind of wonky opening that he did in the mid-game, but look at the army supplies. 93 to 70, 173 total supply to 154 for Dark. He's starting to come back in this one, man. And
yeah, no, I think Cure is actually in the lead now. Not by a lot, by a little. But again, you know, this is starting to look a little bit reminiscent of Game 1.
It's almost like watching Hero play PBZ with like how fast the Cure is actually expanding.
Yeah,
It's odd because we saw Young try to do this in TBZs earlier and it didn't really
it
work.
Totally backfired, and we thought, well, that's why you don't see that. But now, yeah, I'm watching kind of Cure and the way he's handling this, and he's just so on top of stuff.
It's so interesting watching him pretty much keep pace with the economy of the Zerg player and also still find some damage because at times it does look like he's not really able to get too much done, but drops like this come in.
Oh, wait, what?
He wants to split it between the main and the net,
Oh,
I guess.
I see. Okay, I thought that was, for some reason I actually thought that was his main for a second.
Oh.
I had to do this whole reset in my brain. So
he's pairing this up with an attack of the 5th. He's going to get that hatchery.
Oh my God.
Or is he?
Dark fights back.
Yeah, those Banelings coming in the clutch right there, buying enough time for Dark to come in. Hatchery only on the 3rd hit points is Cure kind of everywhere on the map right now.
It's actually crazy that he's attacking and microing in 2 different positions. This looks like it should be almost physically impossible to manage.
Yeah, plus the drop at like the main base of Dark, and behind this he's expanding as well. Cure just playing so quick right now. And behind all this, I mean, like, he's taking these trades that they're not especially favorable, but he's building a big army now with a ton of siege tanks back at home. This is reminiscent of one of the earlier games we saw from him. This like Widow Mine, Marine, everywhere on the map.
Yeah.
And then behind it, 2 factory siege tank, and then you just go for the kill.
This is so cool. You're totally right, State. He harasses on 2 sides, trades out pretty effectively, and then he factors in the tanks, and this is where he wants to actually start to make the killing blows. He's trying to soften him up. He's trying to make the Zerg as squishy as possible. But this is where we need to see if these attacks are going to work. I don't know how many Banes are in the game. By the way, Terran quietly behind this, takes the 6 o'clock position.
Such an interesting kind of new flavor of TBZ in the mid game. You know, the late game is pretty much the same, but how we get there is so much more fun, I think.
Okay, dude, that's a bad angle for those
lurkers. That's a
lurkers.
really bad angle. I don't think Dark is expecting an army this powerful this fast.
Yeah.
Because not only is the bio so hard for him to deal with, but also the siege tank count is so high right now. It's just off screen, but you can see on the mini-map there's so many siege tanks now working their way towards this 9 o'clock position, and this is going to be such a tough spot to break. Dark, I don't know what the Baneling count is. He has 18 more morphing right now, but it feels like he needs a lot to be able to break this position. He's actually going for the counter.
Oh,
that's so many planetaries. They get shut down.
Oh my God, he's going to end up taking out. Dude, I think Cure is moments away from winning this. He takes out the Evo Chamber.
It all comes down to this next engagement, I think. Dark really needs a win here. He really needs to clean up this army from Cure, or we might just see Cure snowball. 2 Vipers are out. The Baneling count is getting higher and higher. 64 Lings now in production. Is this a time for Dark to move in? All right, Lings flooding. Blinding Clouds are fantastic here for Dark.
Not bad from Dark. I think he might just have enough.
Now he's going to break this position, it looks like, but keep in mind that Cure back at home is building yet another army, now mixing in Ghost. He's getting his 3/3. He's getting additional vehicle weapons. And the supplies are pretty much even.
That was an insane exchange there. Vehicle weapons 2 completes. And somehow this is shockingly even when it's all said and done.
4 tanks, 5 ghosts out. Those are the key units now for Cure. Dark on 92 Lings. Pretty much nothing else in his army besides just a handful of lurkers and a handful of Vipers. And he doesn't really have the Baneling count to, or the gas count to really refuel his Baneling numbers. It's going to be very low for a while right now. I think coming up to maybe 14, 15, or 18 Banelings. That's a workable number, but look at the way that Cure just keeps expanding with so many command centers as well. It's kind of like this weird mix of like what we've seen Maru do and what we saw Ryung do earlier in this season.
Yeah.
It's this interesting blend of TBZ. And like, he's outpacing the Zerg. He's already taking the corner base.
Now, again, I mean, Dark survives that. He's maxed out here. It's almost a reversal of growth, though. You know, it seems like Cure has basically cemented the bottom left. He's going to have this wall of planetaries, which is just going to make counterattacks impossible. You see Dark slowly creeping into the top right. The problem is that, you know, I think Terran is going to once again have another opportunity to try to attack in here.
And he's even going to take that, he's going to try and take the base for Dark all the way in the bottom left. He's getting really aggressive with the expansions, and we've seen this before where Cure kind of expands very aggressively towards the Zerg player and uses that as a staging ground to deny future bases for Dark. And the interesting thing about the bottom left on Moondance, that's 2 potential hatcheries, 2 potential mining locations he can deny from that one expansion.
That one little drop in the top right has kind of forced the Zerg to expand into the Terran, which is exactly what the Terran wants. And look at this, he's going to siege up over here.
That army count for Dark is so high right now, though. I really want to get a shot of the units tab because it feels like we have like 100 and something Zerglings.
Oh yeah,
like there are so many Lings and Banes.
Now the bank account is bigger right now for Dark, so he can refresh this. That's an insane amount of Lings, man.
It's actually absurd.
Aw.
What was that? Was that
just one drone? Yeah.
And Cure's playing this smart with again, 2 siege tanks at the time. For the longest time, he has a really healthy siege tank count, and he's building so many planetaries. And that's one thing that it's very tough for Zerg to clean up cost effectively with this army composition like Ling Bane. And Cure just kind of playing this corner of the map to perfection right now with all these planetaries, all these siege tanks. And you see Dark, even though his army is frankly massive, kind of very timidly moving around because he probably sees the same problem that we do, where it's just very tough for him to actually get any footing to break. For now, right now, it seems like his game plan is just to try and preserve mining. And look at this, Cure has the confidence with his defensive position in the bottom left to actually move in with all this bio and try and snipe more bases.
Well, I mean, the Zerg is going to have to scramble. He's going to have to haul ass to get over here to try and protect this. The Lings are going to come up now. And I mean, this is a lot. He could pick it up just in time. Sort of just in time.
And the nukes are back on the play, too.
You know, I think Dark still has a shot here. But,
he does. Look at that mineral bank.
Yeah, well, that's the scary part. We have to see the mineral bank go down before we can really assume that anything else can get done here. These Lings are going to have a pretty insane counterattack here.
Yeah, this is a weak point right now in Cure's army. Only 1 planetary fortress and not a lot of defensive siege tanks in position over here. Dark trading out a lot of Banelings, though. The Remax underway, 44 more Lings in production.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think Dark should have done that. I know the Remax is underway, but like I'm not sure how much that actually did.
It's tough to say because, again, the way that Zerg usually wins in positions like this is by making moves like that. It's kind of just using your superior economy, your superior production to just railroad the Terran and just kind of steamroll them through their bases. But that only really denied the natural expansion. It only took down a couple of siege tanks, maybe a handful of ghosts and a planetary. And Cure doesn't mind that too much. And now look, the bank for Dark, although it still is very healthy, it's gone down quite a bit. Now only 3,000 minerals, whereas before it was quite a bit higher. For very little payoff. So it's kind of a tough position, but really if you're Dark, it's difficult too, because if you're not going to make a break in there, where are you going to go? Because that was really the weakest link in Cure's defense, was in front of that natural. It was just 1 planetary, it was maybe 1 or 2 siege tanks. And if you can't really find value on that side of the map, where are you going to find value, right?
Well, that's the big question, right? It seems like once you start to get planetaries up, especially ones that they're not even mining from, it becomes a lot more of a headache to try to break in there and get any value out.
All right.
Thing is, he denies Terran from taking this. Honestly, though, getting the tanks is probably a bigger deal than even getting that, because that was never going to be a big resource-rich location. By the way, I think Dark is maybe going to win this if he could just kind of keep fighting back, because he has maybe half the map, whereas Cure is in control of like 4/10 of the map, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Cure really needs to control the 3 o'clock position on this map if he's going to able to close this one out. But I like the playstyle that he's going for. He's actually added a 3rd factory with a tech lab.
God, that got nuked so many times it died.
But 3 siege tanks at a time in production, I mean, that's the main thing that Dark is trading for right now with these Vipers. He's resetting the tank count, but Cure, he has a ton of gas in the bank, and siege tanks, very efficient units for the value you get out of them. 3 factories at a time. He's going to be happy to spend his gas on that and slowly work towards controlling the 3 o'clock side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to siege up more over here. I was going to say he has to start to snipe these Vipers. Otherwise, he's just going to slowly lose out to tanks.
6 tanks now on the field. For Cure, he really just wants to retain the ghosts. Remake the tanks, retain the ghosts.
Yeah, ghost retention is key here. Now, there's so many lurkers, I don't know how effectively he can actually snipe through this. Obviously, it's 2 snipes to kill a lurker, so a lot of them very softened up. Zerg has not really been able to expand from those 2 bases on the left.
No, this is such a difficult spot to break. The planetaries and the siege tanks, I mean, it's the perfect staging ground to deny mining over there at the 9 o'clock. Dark's going to try and come in now that Cure's shifted his attention over to the 3 o'clock, and he will be able to get this planetary. Lurker's coming in as well. And Cure's just going to trade it out. He's going to take these bases over here at the top right.
All right, he's going to push it again. I got to say, I mean, Dark's counterattack's kind of insane, but there's a lot of important locations that could be smashed over here. Oh, does he not repair this in time? The Banes are going to come up. Cure is just too preoccupied with other stuff.
Yeah.
This planetary is going to go down. This one's going to be able to take out these lurkers.
Behind this, Dark has been doing a good job of actually defending the top right. Why I say that is now
Well,
Cure's army suddenly comes in.
Now, here's the thing, man. Zerg was not using those 2 center left bases for basically this whole game. By the way, the Zerg's gas, very low.
It is.
So, I mean, the reason why that matters is that's going to be the source of Banelings. So, Zerg's going to have to fight by trying to surround with Lings. And to be honest, the Terran's army is very, very scary right now. Terran actually has a bigger army than the Zerg does right now.
So, it's way more resilient to the army composition Dark is going for,
Yeah.
too. I mean, look at the siege tank count, all these ghosts. What does Dark have? He has 10 lurkers and 100 Lings. And yeah, those are great units, but the advantage for Terran here is really that he can force the Zerg to kind of fight on his terms, right?
Right.
And Zerglings coming into an army composition like that one is so tough to break with just Lings and Lurkers. I mean, I don't even think there's one Viper on the field, Tasteless.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like go super big picture here and figure out where exactly we're at. The thing is, I think what Cure's going to do is he's just going to ditch the bottom left. I think he has enough of an army, enough minerals in the bank, enough tanks on the ground. If he has a really good spread, he can hit these Banes before they connect. And, as much damage as Dark is doing, we just keep zooming out, and there's just more and more stuff here.
All the ghosts were back there.
Yeah, the ghosts were never taken out by the Banes, and so watch these snipes. It's going to be crazy. Now, that being said, a lot of Terran stuff was killed off back there. Both of these guys barely have any resources in the bank. Terran has like this huge amount of gas, but that's kind of the way this matchup goes.
It's insane that we're now at 24 minutes and both these guys are below 140 supply.
Yeah.
With really little opportunity to actually reach that point. I mean, the income is just so sparse for both of these guys. They've gone blow for what feels like the past 5 minutes, just trading bases.
And by the way, top right base is not being mined from. There's something up there.
Looks
so
yeah.
So like Dark is barely hanging on now. Cure does land mules over there and take that base. That base we just saw, that is only 3 patches left.
Yeah, Dark really needs to start taking more expansions on the left side. Besides that, this top right base is the only one he has with a full mineral line. And Cure, although his SCV count is only 30, he has so many command centers, so many orbitals, that as soon as he lands a CC on a base like this, there's instantly like 7+ mules that are mining minerals. Like that is a full mineral line of mules that is driving up the mineral production. And just watch these supplies slowly begin to close now because Cure has gas for days.
Yeah, well that's the thing, right? He can make tanks endlessly. The most important base in this game is the top right one, this one right here. If Zerg loses that, Zerg probably can't stay in this game. Yes, there is a base in the bottom left being taken, but we can't assume that that's going to be, the thing that's going to keep him alive. Both sides are powering up aggressively. Incomes, honestly, pretty low on both sides too.
Still pretty low. Only 38 SCVs there for Cure, and a lot of them are on gas. But also, Dark, he's struggling for that gas right now. You see him finally going up to like 1,200 gas per minute now as he's trying to saturate all of these geysers. He recognizes that he needs a little bit more high-tech units in his army, but Cure just continuing to deny these bases. He kills that hatchery. He immediately scans to make sure there's not another one going down in the left center. And as long as he's able to deny those bases, look at these scans on the minimap. He's just getting complete intel on exactly what Dark's setup is, where he is economically, and he's not going to let him take any more bases because Kieran knows that as long as he takes the fight on his terms and denies any future expansions for Dark, the game is going to be his.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Terran, the thing is, Terran might try to put, this could come down to one big fight in the top right here.
It could.
The thing is, I don't know who's actually favored. I know that there's not anywhere near as many Banes. There can't be. In fact, I don't see any Banes.
Only 2 Banelings, and actually Dark is going
funny.
for a much more different unit composition than we've seen from him throughout this entire game. He's now mixing in Infestors.
Right.
He's getting the Infestor energy upgrade. He has 18 Lurkers. He has 7 Vipers.
Oh, he just went up to more Banes.
Oh,
8
is he?
Banes. Now, there's
Okay.
10 tanks. Now, the thing is, the tanks, they have enough splash damage. They can sort of weaken the Zerg up to the point where when they get close to the Terran army, that's when, you know, the infantry can kill off the rest of stuff. That's why siege tanks are, like, one of the best units in the whole game.
73 Lings out for Dark. Besides that, a lot of really high-tech units. Again, that Lurker count up at 18. And these guys' armies it's not something that you typically see because their worker counts are so low.
Right.
We have 150 army supply for Kier, 130 for Dark. These are massive armies.
Oh, here we go. Can he get the snipe?
The EMP was huge! Every
That's
single Viper!
huge.
Every single Viper just got killed. In terms of energy, just completely wiped out. Nukes now coming in.
Okay, so now he can start to break this position. That might have been, in the almost half-hour game we've had here, that might have been the most important thing that's happened.
Yeah, Dark, you can see him now scrambling, sending the Vipers back to try and harvest more energy from his structures. 4 more Vipers in production. He knows he needs those to actually deal with this Terran army, which is so huge. 148 army supply, and it's like Mech and Ghost. Vehicle armor level 3 is about to come out. Like, this game has gone so late.
Okay, another perfect EMP. And so he could just keep sniping.
Dark doing his best to try and deny this. Such an interesting late game from both of these guys right now.
It's a crazy one, man.
You rarely see players get armies of this size.
And Zerg's got this base up. Now, again, I don't know if he's going to be able to actually mine from this or not. He's going to keep nuking the spot. He's slowly inching forward here.
Kier's just creating so many problems for Dark right now.
Again, the most important position on the map for the Zerg is top right.
Yeah, top right, and also this position right here, because if Kier is able to stunt the growth of Dark, as Dark is going to try and come over here and clean up this army.
Okay, so he cleans that up. He's traded out a good number of his Banes here. Oh, there's no planetary here.
No planetary. There's so many CCs for Kier. But look at the banks right now. 5,000 minerals, 3,000 gas for Kier. Dark at 166 supply.
Yeah, I think Kier is almost there.
Kier is just starving him out.
He's going to go up the ramp. He's chased the Zerg away. And if he takes this base out, he's going to have to take that one base down in the bottom left.
Yeah, this base is going to go down.
I think Kier is moving on.
It's a lot of Vipers, though. He will be able to take some really good trades.
Yep.
Abducting so many ghosts. Great control, even getting a fungal growth there on the ghosts.
But he gets that base. Now, the drones are all burrowed in the top right. I don't know that he knows that. This is such a hectic game. If he scans that, it's going to be a massacre. Yeah, dude, I think we are almost to the end of an insane series.
Yeah, Dark's trying his hardest to stay alive right now, but Kira is just so wealthy with such a powerful army, 146 supply. Pretty much the strongest units in the game. I mean, this is the ideal Terran composition here at this stage. Fully upgraded mech, ton of ghosts, handful of IO. That's
GG,
it.
there it is.
What an incredible brand of
series.
TVZ we saw out of Kira. He's going to be the first player to advance out of Group E.
That was one of the best TVZs, man.
That was
great.
spectacular, man. Like, that's a breath of fresh air. That was a cool composition.
I mean, he took that exhaust play to the next level. This wasn't like all the resources on the map were mined out. He actually did such a good job controlling. And, you know, he had plenty of bases to just work with there at the end. Super advanced stuff. We're going to go now to an interview here with Cure. Dark is, of course, not eliminated. He will be in the final match. But I got to say, man, I'm very surprised to see Dark not moving on first. That's crazy. So we're going to go to an interview now with Cure. We're going to see how he's feeling, and that will leave us with one spot remaining here in the round of 10 with our 3 players left here in Group E.
Cure defeats Dark in convincing fashion, and he's the first player to move on to round of 10 today. And you know, JYP was doing the interview so well, so I thought my position would be gone, but here I am doing the interview today. Congratulations, Cure. Thank you. Well, sincere congratulations, Cure. It's been so amazing to watch the winners match of you playing against Dark. And you know, Dark is a late game master, and yet you defeated him today in a convincing fashion. How do you feel today?
사실은 조에
You know, honestly, having 2 Zergs in my group, I've always had bad memories, bad performances in the past, so I knew that today would be a very hard for me. But you know, I really didn't expect myself to move on as the first place in my group, so you know, everything feels so surreal right now. Oh, so you didn't expect it, Cure, but your performance was stellar today, and we were really surprised. How did you prepare for the match against Dark, and with who? Well, I prepared with DRG, and Rex as well, and Ragnarok. And you know, Solar and Dark were so solid in their performance today, and you know, I went for the macro game. You know, in the early game I had hard time focusing, but in the late game my fingers were warmed up and then I was good to go. And your ghost, the ghost macro was so amazing to watch from you. And you know, the match against Cure, and the match against Solar, and the match against Dark, you use the ghost so effectively. So did you prepare for the strategy? I mean, I wasn't able to practice that much. I really pondered about the builds in my custom games. You know, I started off the game quite favorably, so you know, the situation was that if I went for the ghost and then I just stole out the game, I was in a good position to win. So in your match against Solar, you know, like everything was working out so well for you. And with this match, you're actually pretending that you're going to go for the all-in and the Marauders, and then you switch the build right away. So do you kind of use these strategy a lot these days? Well, the 5 barrack strategy, I feel is really good right now, and I was going to use it in GSL, but I noticed that all the other Terran players are using it, so I decided to kind of differentiate it from the other builds before coming here to the venue today. And you know, it works well because maybe the Zergs feel intimidated to go up against it. And the extreme late game that you showed today, and it feels like your performance is flawless right now. Alright, let's talk about something else. You said you were worried before coming here to the group E match. I mean, I've always trained hard, but like last season, whenever I come to the venue, I have a hard time focusing, although this may sound like an excuse. And you know, I was also always disappointed in myself because I couldn't really show the performance I wanted to. So I really tried hard, and I'm really relieved to have moved on today. I see, Cure. But you know, I heard the rumor that all the players that scrimmed against you, scrimmed with you, have gotten eliminated. Is that true? No, I'm not so sure about that, but I don't know why they get eliminated. I beat most of them in the practice, so maybe that's why they just underperformed, maybe. Alright, let's talk about the round of 10. And the round of 10, with you advancing to the round of 10, there are 5 Terrans right now. So maybe the Terrans are performing really well right now. Well, it's not that Terran is good as a race, but I feel like all the Terran players are trying hard, and I think the effort is bearing fruit right now. That's what I think. You know, when you look at the Terran players on ladder, they play so many games, and I think, you know, their effort is just, you know, translating into performance. That's what I think.
게으름 면이
And
좀
for the
있어
Zergs, I
보이는데
think they're kind of lazy
테란들은
right now.
레더 하면은 항상 테란만 잡히더라고요.
And for Terran players, whenever I play on ladder, I always get matched up with Terran players. So maybe that's why they're performing so well right now.
불가피할 것 같거든요. 확실히 테란이 5명이 올라갔기
So
때문에
with 5 Terrans right now in the round of 10, you're surely going to play a TVT match. It's inevitable.
토스전은 머리로 하고 저그전은 피지컬로 한다. 이렇게 얘기를 하셨단
So you did
말이에요.
say before that TVZ, it's about mechanics, and TVP, it's about the macro. That's what you said before. Then what about TVT? I think TVT is more like a rock scissors paper.
고병재 선수나
You know,
대선이나
Gumiho, Bunny,
가위바위보 잘하는 선수들이
they're all really good at rock scissors paper in StarCraft. You know, I'm gonna have to be really fortunate to win in a TVT in the round 10.
자, 이제 추석 연휴인데
So it's gonna be a Korean Thanksgiving holiday soon. So how are you gonna spend it?
이제 경기 준비하면서
Well, I'm gonna get ready for my round of 10.
일단 술 좀 친구들이랑 좀 재밌게 놀려고.
You know, I'm gonna try to go out with my friends and drink some beer and soju.
자, 지금 구사라인 선수들이
So out of all the 1994 StarCraft pro gamers, you're like the only one remaining who has yet to go to the military service. So how are you gonna perform in the round of 10?
저는 이제 구사라인 거의 마지막으로 이제 군대 가는.
Oh, that's right. I'm the last one to go to the military service. Out of all the 1994 players.
없어요. 좀 더 미련이 GSL에 너무 많이 남아 있어서.
I am not ready to go to the army yet. I still have a lot of things that I want to achieve in GSL. So I'm going to try my best until the very end.
알겠습니다. 다시
All
한번
right, then, sure. Once again, congratulations on making it to round of 10. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 2연속
All right, thank you, Andy. Okay, so Kira moves on. Big surprise here for Group E. Up next is going to be the losers match. We're going to be going to that in a second here. But man, that's got to be tough for the two guys in the losers match to know that you're going to be going up against Dark.
Yeah, absolutely. Dark was the favorite coming out, but man, Kira played so well. And I felt like every single game he played, he looked better than the last one.
He really did.
And this kind of take of like fast expanding, just consuming the map before actually going to the exhaust play style was really cool to see. I haven't seen a lot of Terran players succeed in doing that kind of mid-game play.
I feel like I haven't seen anybody play quite that well in a while. Guys, we got to go to break now. We'll be right back after this break.
Baby, we can go somewhere. We can get away from here. Pick a different atmosphere. Go to outer space and then fall in love with aliens. Leave the human race down there. Please don't be afraid, darling. Even if the stars are falling. Baby, you're a satellite like Aphrodite. You'll be a god. Offer you a sacrifice. We'll build an army. You'll be in charge. We'll get lost in Jupiter's halo, my love. Mission control is radioing to return. But when we touch down, it's like when we touch down, it's like baby, we can go somewhere. We can get away from here. Beam us up, we'll disappear to a different place where all the stars above are radiant. Dancing in the rain again, spelling out your name for them. And When we touch down, it's like.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. Everybody love to drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
Today's matchup. Dark. Prince. Solar. Cure. Round of 20. Group E. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's time to kill off one of these players in Group E. I want to remind everybody, because it feels like it was so long ago, the Dark vs. Prince series was actually pretty good. I think Prince has a real shot here. I do think Solar is favored by quite a bit, but let's see what he's got to offer here in this best of 3.
Yeah, Prince busted out some pretty interesting builds there in that first best of 3. The map that he won was with some really cool Blink DT play off of 2 bases that he did gas first. 2 gas, Blink DT. So the Zerg player like goes to the natural, like scouts it. It's like, probably like a Zeps or something, loser. And then he like blinks DTs at his base and kills him. It was sick. I love to see cool builds like that. Really thinking outside the box. Obviously did a lot of prep coming into this group.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was a great... it's just great to see something that fresh.
Yeah.
We're like, oh man, we can keep coming up with new stuff in this game. It's going to be Cosmic Sapphire here for map number 1. Prince with a pretty impressive showing against Dark. Might have a shot now against Solar, but let's not forget he's going to have to PVZ his whole way through Group E if he's going to move on. So it's going to be a tough road ahead. Anyways, our map has just now loaded up, guys. Game 1 in the losers match, best of 3, starts now.
Onside Gaming, Solar. Team GP, Prince.
We actually have a probe once again coming down to block the natural expansion. Now, we did see him do this against Dark as well. So this just seems to be sort of his default opening here, is to manipulate the positions of the second base.
Yeah, nice
every
quick.
game. Whether he really fully tries to do that much with it or not. You know, it could also be that this is less about trying to block that hatchery and also about like just spotting some kind of cheese coming in here.
I think it's both. Like,
Yeah.
as Protoss, if you consider that no matter what, you're going to send the probe out to scout to get good intel on the Zerg. So if you do like a cost-benefit analysis of like comparing sending it a little bit later and like harvesting a little bit more minerals, you're also getting the intel later.
Right.
It's nice because you have a little bit more money. But besides that, like, of course, the scouting is late and Zerg gets to build the natural right where they want it. But if you scout nice and quick like these guys do, I mean, some guys will even just pull a probe right at the start of the game if it's an especially long map.
Right.
You're not only getting the intel immediately, but also, I mean, although you're losing a little bit of minerals, so is the Zerg, because their expansion's so far away. If they want to transfer any drones or anything, it takes a little bit more time. So, nice little standard adjustment that we've seen a lot of Protoss players make. Legacy of the Void has developed, and people are figuring the game out more and more. Of course, it's very annoying for all the Zergs, which is important.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this probe basically just keeping the Zerg honest. We're about to have the cybernetics core finish, and so we want to watch and see, you know, what is the tech path exactly that Prince wants to take. He did show us a lot of pretty novel approaches to the matchup early on, but you know, how many of those can you have here? I don't know how Prince views his path to victory in this group, because it's kind of weird. Like, he played really well against Dark. He took a game off him, but ultimately he lost, right?
Right.
Now, Solar is maybe just slightly worse than Dark, just like by a smidge, right? But like, you would have to basically win 4 PVZs versus both Solar and Dark.
It's tough.
That's tough, man.
It's very tough.
I think what happened in the prep here for Prince is he had some really good ideas to maybe beat Dark. And then from there, he just figures out, well, I guess they also have Solar's on the other side there, too. No, I bet he has a lot of different PVZ builds. For a second, for some reason, I forgot there were like 2 Zergs in the group.
I would think that he has a lot, too.
Yeah,
Especially considering the way
I take it all back.
He played against Dark in the first series. He obviously did a ton of prep with that Blink DT build.
Yeah.
Just saw that out of the box that we've never really seen at GSL. And I imagine he's going to mix in a lot of builds like that, as well as something like this, like 4-gate adepts. Sometimes we might see him go 5 or 6-gate adepts instead as an all-in.
So this is going to be a little bit quicker. It will look a lot like what we had in Game 3 in the first best of 3, but the idea is it starts up faster. You have a lot less, of course, but then the Zerg might not be as ready and things can snowball.
2 more gateways going down, so
never
Prince
mind.
once again going for
it's the same build.
Effectively an all-in, yeah. And I was wondering about that too, because you notice here in the main base, just as we saw in that 3rd game against Dark, he only has 4 guys on gas, not 6 probes. So even though it's a 2-gas opening, his gas income is very low. He has a ton of minerals, and he's just going to spend all of that on the depths. And this against Dark didn't work very well. He had a healthy number of adepts, and he shaded into the main base, canceled that shade, and was chased down by 3 Ravagers, which killed like 3 or 4 adepts, it feels like.
Dude, that's too bad he didn't kill that Overlord.
No, it hurts.
A lot of that is, you know, it's nice to kill that right before the attack comes out. So the question we got to ask ourselves now is, you know, how ready is the Zerg going to be? He does. I'm sorry, I think my eyes are playing tricks. Does that block that pylon? That
Yeah, that blocks.
does. Okay,
That
all right.
blocks.
For a second, I thought that didn't block. I'm like, oh, that's strange. Okay,
well, Solar has a really healthy queen count. He did not overdrone. He's only at 36 workers. He's mixing in roaches as well as the lings. So he has all the pieces of the puzzle. As long as he doesn't get out-positioned here, even has a...
Oh,
okay.
dude, big ramp block here. Nowhere to kite these adepts. The queens are going to come in here. The warp prism isn't going to be over here. He's not even going to try to pick them up. He's going to warp in more over here right now.
His adepts of the 3rd base going to try and find some more damage, but right now, Prince struggling to find too much. Only 2 drones going down so far. As Solar's really just trading out army for adepts, which is exactly what he wants to do. Keep in mind, this is not a 4-gate adept pressure play into a 3rd base. This is 6-gate adept, so there is a lot riding on this for Prince. And only 3 drones for all those adepts. That is not the payday he was looking for.
Okay, so this was a really bad attack in here. Now, probes have started, which a lot of times means that he's like already starting to back out of the attack here.
I don't know if there's a transition out of this,
well,
though.
I think, yes, that's what I was going to say. Is like
Yeah.
there really isn't like a plan B. It does seem like Prince might have he might have been a little bit more shallow than we thought as far as planning goes.
That's possible. It could also be that one of his plans is to kind of mix this build in every best of 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, as it is right now, these adept plays not really working for him.
He didn't even pick up those adepts with the Warp Prism, so I mean,
perhaps nerves getting to him just a little bit here.
Well, I mean, this is also a little bit embarrassing, right? Like we saw him try this earlier on. Another warp in over here.
Yeah, we're just slowly watching Prince bleed out of depths, and he did finally find some drone damage right here at third base.
Yeah, he did get some workers there. He's going to try to get some more.
He actually got quite a few. That's going to bring Solar's drone count all the way down to 28, so he's going to have to drone back up.
Yeah, it's a 10-worker lead right now for Prince, but again, there's no development here. What you see is what you get. He is getting a third gas, so he is like trying to slowly transition out of here. The best I think Prince could ask for is to come in here and just really kill off a lot of drones. I don't know if it's going to happen, but he is going to set up one. Now, if he lets that finish, yeah, he doesn't. Will he try to warp into the main back here? I think it's a bad idea.
Well, he's not going to now with all those lings, but certainly was a game plan because with his economy, he can't really support anything except making adepts. So any moment that Warp Prism is not warping in, you see him floating like 1,000 minerals right now. He can't spend all that. He's only got 6 gateways. But to his credit, he's killing a lot of lings, and after he got those drones, he's snowballing just a little bit. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Engagements like this are nice where you get to clean up some of these lings, but then not kiting back. He needs to get any drones he can.
Yeah, he is making an immortal, but he keeps trading out adepts. And we're at the point in time where the ling roach count is so much that like he's not going to have much of an army. It's funny, we're seeing a lot of this stuff get killed off, but the army supply right now for Prince is 20. That's
the way
the
it
real
usually
story.
goes.
Yeah, that's in a perfect game, he kills off so many drones or kills off so many queens and lings and roaches that the game snowballs, but it's just not going to happen. This reminds me of Legacy of the Void a couple years ago.
Yeah, this is a very old build.
Yeah, where it's just like, okay, this had its time where it destroyed all these Zergs, and then eventually, Zergs figure out how to deal with it, and it's why it's become more and more of a rarity. Now, he's going to take a third base, but I feel like there's probably going to be enough muscle from the Zerg to just come in here and deny this.
The third base is almost a bait. He's not making any more probes. He's just going to saturate that and then go for a kill if it happens, but more realistically, I think Solar is probably going to try and just move across the map and kill him.
Yeah, well, he's, I think also Solar is pretty smart about this. He just didn't have drones at his natural, so that there weren't a lot of opportunities to try to like hit different locations. And this next, honestly, I didn't think there was going to be another attack, but let's see how this one with the Immortal is hidden inside the Warp Prism go.
This has potential to get something done, but probably not head on. Certainly not head on. Let's not fool ourselves. It's a lot of roaches and queens. But the shade in the main could be big. He actually cancels it, so he's going to instead go for trading army right here in the front. But he has to be careful not to overextend his welcome, because once all those roaches and raptors come in, it's very dangerous.
All right, another big warp in comes. He is going to come towards the spine crawler. He's going to move forward here. These immortals are very neatly placed in the back.
Behind all of this, Solar is lings in the natural base of Prince. Prince's third base also got canceled, so Prince just completely cleaned up right now. Solar with a very strong defense there against the 6-gate Warp Prism Adept all in. Going to take game number 1, and now Prince on this last legs. If he loses one more map, he is out of the round of 20.
Yeah, man. I don't know what Prince has. What else? I think he had such cool strategies to start this off. I'm not against that strategy, by the way. I get the problem is if it doesn't work, you look a little clowny, right?
It's something you got to mix in sometimes.
Exactly, yeah. So I mean, it's good to have in your deck of build orders, right? But what is he going to do in the next game here? And by the way, we aren't really getting to see Prince play straight up. The one game that he did seem to go into macroing, Dark just killed him with Night Assist. But, honestly, I guess that is the big question. Can you play a standard long game? Because if you're going to get out of this group with the matchups you got ahead, you kind of have to, man.
All right, getting ready to go to Tropical Sacrifice for set number 2. This is where we saw the Blink DT play out of Prince. In our first set there against Dark, we'll see if he has any extra cool strategies prepared.
Or extra straight up play state, as I was talking about. All right, guys, Tropical Sacrifice. I almost said Tropical Satire. Tropical Sacrifice for map 2. Let's go.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day. There's nothing that I cannot see.
I'll stay.
Onside Gaming, Solar. Team GP, Prince.
I don't know how I feel about this chase list. He's doing the same thing he did against Dark. The gas first opening. Now maybe there's another variant, but if this is going to be Blink DT, might be a little too predictable.
Yeah, I feel like if you do this build too many times, it's like you pulled off the greatest bank heist like the first time, and I feel like now you're trying to rob the same bank in the same way.
Yeah.
It's like, well, this can't work this many times, right? But, I mean, one of the things about this build that Prince does, and we learned about this build today, guys. This one's fresh out of the oven. I don't know if there's a very easy way to see that this is coming. I think out of almost all the builds I've seen in StarCraft, you could pretty much hide this one perfectly.
That's true.
And it just shows up. So, whereas like the Adept build that we saw from before, which hasn't worked out for him so far today, that build, I've literally lost count of how many games I've casted that were like that, okay? This one, 2. I've casted 2 games like this so far. Unless, he has some other kind of trick with the gas that we don't know. But I think this is the same DT build. So I think we're kind of, I don't want to be mean here. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this, but I think this is kind of why Prince isn't in GSL that often and why he's not as much of a celebrity compared to somebody like Solar here, is that you need to have like a big range of ways to play the game and make it work.
Credit boosting the Stalker as well, to me, kind of telegraphs that there is definitely something fishy going on that, that Zerg doesn't want to scout. And
I agree 100%.
Twilight Council going down as well. And I think if you're Solar in this case, having watched the previous series, and then you see the Chrono Boosted Stalker out, yeah, it's going to get your Overlord most likely, then you're probably thinking that it's going to be something tricky, if not the same thing that happened earlier.
I mean, you see them.
There actually is a spot to hide up there. I didn't realize.
Yeah, you see that Stalker come out and you go, oh, yeah? Are you in a hurry to get the Stalker out?
It's going to be different. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves. He's going for a Robo. He's building a Sentry. All right.
Casters.
The casters were
just
fooled.
Humiliated here.
Yeah, I like this. I was
cool.
honestly a little disappointed that it might be the same.
You know what? This guy's going to win the whole tournament. I take it back.
I like this.
I'm trying to change my position.
I like this. And it's odd to me also that he went for the gas first opening, but he only has 2 guys on each guy there. He's going for.
Look what it is. Adept Glaives again? Oh, I bet he gets an Immortal with this.
Perhaps?
Or maybe you get a Sentry with the extra gas, and then you block off his ramp.
Yeah, he has a Sentry.
And you go, it's 2011, guys.
The golden years. Yeah, we'll see. For now, it's only 48 Adepts, so this is not what we've seen in the previous 2 games from Prince. This is not yet looking to be like an all-in.
It would be very funny if you just made 5 gates and lost to the Depths again, and I'm like, huh. So if you get the gas earlier, it also just doesn't help you at all. Okay.
Probably going to be more of what we see Protoss players do typically, which is, it's going to be kind of 4-gate Adept pressure into some kind of transition. So
Nexus?
The third base is a lot faster than normal. Usually you would do the Nexus behind the aggression. In this case, it's kind of preempting it. Solar is getting confirmation that there is only 2 geysers active. I think he was able to spot both gases at the natural. Have not been taken. So certainly this is on his radar as something that can happen. No oracles are out yet. There's only 2 gases. I mean, there's only so many things Protoss can do. These 4 Adepts will be heading towards the main base of Solar in a Warp Prism. And Solar looks like he's gearing up either to defend or aggression or both, because he's sitting on 38 drones and he's just now starting to power up on Roaches and Lings. And maybe he thinks this is a bait.
What a funny build. Now, Lings are attacking that Nexus, but I think, yeah, sometimes the Nexus is sort of a fake, like, oh, look at me, I'm taking a third base, and then this comes out.
It wouldn't make sense to me if he does that with 4 gateways, though. If it was like 6 gateways, then maybe, yeah, but he cancels it. Huh. But he can only produce a depth 4 at a time.
This game. Oh, no.
He's not really finding
He's not
much
finding
damage,
any
with
damage.
this.
No.
I don't know. I'm very confused by the transition, because, again, this is only 4 gates. It's not really an all-in. And now he's just taking the gases.
Well, he doesn't have a third, though, now.
And he doesn't have a third. He doesn't have any tech. He's not making immortals.
Oh, boy. Look at Prince. Look at how he's sitting in his chair. I think he is very aware of the position he's in this game.
That was 15 adreps for 1 drone and a handful of Roaches and...
I mean, things are falling apart.
Yeah, maybe he never planned on canceling that Nexus. Of course,
I
those
think
Lings
so.
were attacking it. But again, you have Adepts with Glaives. You can warp him back in at home with 4 gateways and defend
But then maybe you're not selling. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't get it, man.
Perhaps he overthought it just a little bit, or maybe in his practice games he didn't deal with counterattacks like that very often.
Yeah.
So it just was something that he didn't have on his radar. It's kind of hard to dive deep into like the psyche of these players and really understand what the logic is behind their decision making, but yeah, as it is, a little bit confused. These steps not getting too much done, and the follow-up will be a third base, Blink Stalkers, and Speed Prism with Disruptors. So on paper, I love that as a transition out of this. It's just that it feels like the Adept timing at the beginning didn't get enough done to actually give this build room to breathe, because now the Zerg just has so much.
Yeah.
That you're going to be hard fought to find any value out of the Disruptor, and with the Roachling count as high as it is already, Solar can either commit to a timing attack with a handful of mutas to kill the Prism, or he can just straight up go for mutas because he has enough of a ground army to deflect any army that, Prince can muster at this point, because frankly, he still is only on 4 gateways. He has some disruptors. He's adding gateways now.
Yeah, I mean, these gateways are much needed. He did take a very different path to maybe end up in the same spot.
Yeah.
Let's see how these disruptors do.
There's a lot riding on these disruptors, Faceless. He's got to get some damage done, I think, because his tech path is playable against Roachling Muta, but it's not what you want. Robotech almost countered in a sense. First disruptor comes in, gets 3 drones. Second one not quite able to connect.
No!
Oh, no. Well, that's just a blunder.
No!
Oh.
Dude, Prince is looking more and more depressed as this goes on.
Yeah, this is one bad decision just kind of cascading into a waterfall of failures.
This is like, you slip on the banana peel.
Yeah.
And, you step on a rake and it hits you in the nose, and then he sits down on a bench and it's got wet paint on it,
It's tough.
Everything's going wrong.
He's not completely out of the game right now, but this is a very difficult position to come back from now.
This is like a Wile E. Coyote game where he's like not getting the Roadrunner and all of his
He's moving
traps are
across the
backfiring.
map. I feel like right now, if you're Prince, you got to play the defense. You got to find value with the disruptors back at home, and you got to eventually work towards maxing, because this counterattack from Solar can be fatal. And Prince, keep in mind, he does not have a recall. He just recalled a disruptor. So him moving across the map, this is a base trade against a Mutaling player.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad. I think we may see him tap out. He's probably going to try to at least go for the base trade, see what he can find.
He will, but this is not.
This is certainly better for the Zerg here.
Yeah, Protoss base trading is like a tale as old as time in terms of not working out in this kind of position.
It's not a race that's really built for that. It's not like Terran.
It could potentially work if you had more defense back at home and maybe a recall available, but as it is, it's just not in the cards.
Yeah, the Zerg basically has more bases to lose, so you kind of run out of everything. The Zerg, by the way, will probably have enough to just make a hatchery somewhere else. But basically, Zerg can kill all this off and then just run back home. It's only 5 probes. There's no way to... I don't believe there's a probe on the map. So
I don't think so.
I don't think he can make a nexus and try to defend it.
No, in fact, we're probably going to see elimination by buildings quite soon, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, he can't build anything anywhere, right?
Yeah, those are all the probes.
Yeah, he's going to save those probes.
Well, I mean, how do you do that? Is the Prism coming? Oh, the Prism at 12 o'clock is on the way.
Oh my God, and it's so
Mission
damaged.
impossible.
Oh,
There's
no.
mutas too.
No.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting out.
All right. He's G.
Yeah, I can see the frustration on his face.
Yep. All right.
Well,
that's that.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Prince. Could see that he had a different idea in mind than the way that it developed, but instead it's going to be Solar advancing 2-0 in the elimination match to face Dark and a ZVZ in the final match of the day.
ZVZ, final match. This is going to be a good one. I'll tell you, man, I've seen Solar beat Dark before. I do think Dark's a little bit scarier, but this should be a good one.
Yeah, tough loss there to digest for Prince. I mean, he showed some really cool builds, especially that Blink DT build that I've never seen in pro play. Was very cool to see, but yeah, just the other strategies not really working out for him. Struggling with the macro build in game number 1 against the Nidus, and then he had a couple different ideas with the depth timings, but yeah, that's gonna be it.
Guys, we're gonna be right back with the final ZVZ of this group. Stay tuned.
You're the fire in the night. You give love to me now, again and again. I feel you rush through my veins, and no matter the fear I feel now, I will be brave. I can move mountains. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains now. I can move mountains. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains now. I can move mountains. Move mountains now. I can move mountains. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains now. I can move mountains. I can move mountains. When I'm with you, no obstacles impossible. The world can change. I can move mountains. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains now. I can move mountains. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains high. I can move mountains now. I can move mountains.
I know exactly what it is. I know that we ain't kids. We like to kick back up in the cut and kick. We like to kick back up in the cut and I know exactly what it is. I know that we ain't kids. We like to kick back up in the cut and kick. We like to kick back up in the cut. I know exactly what it is. I know that we ain't kids. The bright lights, well, nights up. Go. The bright lights, well, nights up. exactly what it is. I know that we ain't kids. We like to kick back up in the cut and kick.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭 점심엔 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭 점심엔 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
Today's matchup. Dark. Prince. Solar. Cure. Round of 20. Group E. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
I take the whole city down with this. Wanna be down, wanna dance.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time to close out the round of 20. Only 2 players remain. Everybody else is either in the round of 10 or they're dead.
It's the Hunger Games.
It's the Hunger Games. So we're going to have a ZVZ to close this out. Now, I'm pretty surprised, I'm sure I'm not alone in that Dark didn't get out first. It was actually Cure who advanced.
Yeah, Cure played some really cool TVZ. His mid-game was really fast-paced, took a lot of bases, he was all over the map, and as a result, now we have a ZVZ here in the final match when a lot of people, I mean, I was certainly expecting, we talked about before the cast, we thought that Dark was going to run away with this thing, but no.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, just a little side note here, I think if Cure can keep playing like that, he will win a GSL, because right now the most important race to be able to beat in GSL is Zerg.
Yeah.
All right, guys, it's going to be Tropical Sacrifice for the first map, Moondance for map number 2, and Cosmic Sapphire for map number 3.
Wow, no Data C. I feel like we got Data C in like almost every single best of 3, but not this time.
It could be something about that map they do. Well, I guess it's a mirror matchup, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to avoid maps necessarily on a mirror matchup unless you just can't figure it out. All right, guys, anyways, game 1, Solar vs. Dark, starts now.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Whoa.
12 gas, 11 pool.
Whoa, okay.
Solar, you dirty devil.
Solar's going to have to take a shower after this game. We're not even doing the player intros because this is starting up so fast.
Yeah, that's a fast pool. It's a fast gas. It doesn't get much faster than that.
Okay. Now let's watch Dark make a hatchery like a sucker and just lose this game. I see a drone going down to the net. Yeah, it's going to be Hatch on 16.
Yeah, 16 Hatch there for Dark. All right. Well, this is a fun start to this series. We're thinking it might be a little bit slow, but this is going to be Yeah, something else?
Yeah, let's see what Dark can do. Now, one thing about rushes like this is, to the casual observer, you might say, well, there's no way that Dark can live through this. But Dark has lived through some crazy rushes before and kind of stabilizes and then wins promptly after that. But
he's not pulling off gas.
But to be, it's going to be a one base Baneling all in.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Just wow.
No.
This is that is some commitment. Yeah, we have seen Dark defend things like this before, though. Even with a hatch first, it's not impossible.
No, it's not impossible. So watch the Ling pathing. He should try to go around the Overlord unless he thinks, no, never mind, I'm sorry.
Solar
he's just going to go right in there.
It's like, yeah.
So right now, Dark sees this. Little mouth twitch from him. He realizes, okay, he has to basically brace for impact and hold this off. And by the way, guys, if Solar does not make this work, he should die shortly after.
He doesn't even have a queen back at home.
Yeah.
He is fully committed on this.
This is like one great big punch he's trying to come in here and do. And he's going to make the spine crawler here at the ramp. Now, I think the queen comes out just in time.
I'm surprised he actually went for the spine crawler at the ramp. I don't think he has the tools to defend that if he needed to.
Well,
he's
getting
getting
two
a little
spine
bit lucky.
crawlers. Two.
Yeah, but if Solar had gone up the ramp, he would have been able to shut that down instantly.
I think so, but I see a lot of players go for this. Now, he's going to see the Banes, and he knows to come in here. He knows to go for the Banes. Dark knows how to do this perfectly.
Yep, Dark with a drone puller right now. Trying to deny these Banes. One might actually complete as he wasn't able to get the full enough surround. Solar now has Zergling's speed.
Oh, he's going up.
The spine crawler's done, though.
Oh, and he kills the Bane.
Nice start here for Dark. Oh, getting into a perfect position. Going to get maximum value out of this queen as it will eventually get traded out. And every second that second hatchery's alive, it's more larva. It's more production here for Dark.
Okay, so the hatchery is going to go down. And basically, Dark's going to try to push down his own ramp.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to point this out, guys. As exciting as this looks from Solar's perspective, it's actually 12 workers to 18. So Dark has more workers. Is there a queen back in
I think
Solar's
he's
base?
just now starting it. He opted to get the second hatchery before the queen, if I'm not mistaken.
So, I mean, the strategy sort of worked in that he killed that base off.
This is so smart, by the way. Building overlords down at the natural, because like anything else you build there is going to die.
Yeah, no, it's like a great, and also you can drop creep here and basically protect this area. Okay, so he needs to get that spine planted. All right. I was like, you are just not going to be able to defend this, man. So he gets that one drone out. He's going to try to dive on it. Is this an overextension? Great transfuse.
Transfuse on the drone. Don't see that very often.
Yeah.
Man, that drone feels special right now.
I know. Well, he is a special drone. He's got to be the hatchery.
So imagine that drone like just coming out to existence. You're just like surrounded by Zerglings. Like, oh, these are my friends. They're all just like killing you.
I was born into chaos.
This queen transfuses you.
That's why he was chosen to be hatchery man.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so
interesting start now is Dark is getting a second hatchery up.
Yep.
Solar now close to equalizing on the worker counts as these 4 drones are close to popping. And for all that chaos there in the beginning, we're starting to go towards a little bit of an even game. Now, I would give the edge maybe just a little bit to Dark. Does have the spine crawlers. He didn't take too much damage early, but I think you can make an argument for either player at this point.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think Solar's in terrible shape. Sometimes this happens with super aggro builds is they both fight pretty well, but the defender didn't take that much damage. The attacker didn't lose that much, and so we kind of go into an even game. Now, there's a Baneling's Nest being made on Dark's side of the map. He's going to push his spine crawlers forward here.
Evolution Chamber now going down for Solar as he's looking to transition off of this. And for Dark, the question I have is whether this is going to be a timing, and as I say that, more Lings in production, or was it going to be a defensive Baneling Nest? But it looks like Dark might be gearing up for an attack. Yeah, Morlings on the way. And I believe the objective here is going to be to deny the third base for Solar.
Yeah, I think so. I think he wants to come out here. I mean, look, it's obvious for any mirror matchup, but like you can't just both. You can't be on 2 bases and they be on 3, and that go on for too much longer, and you stay in the game. Now he did send some Lings out here. They might end up both denying each other's hatches. Some Banes are being morphed. Now, even though Solar's forced to cancel on that hatchery, I think that Dark has a pretty deadly attack being set up over here.
Yeah, Dark has only 31 drones, and he's making 5 Overlords right now,
boy.
so he is really committing on this.
Here we go. He's moving up in towards the main here with those Banes. The Queens are going to defend, but at least 3 of these Banes, actually even more, are going to get through.
All right, Banelings in the mineral line. That's 9 drones down. The work count is close to equalized.
Oh my god, and more Lings are going to come in. They're going to kill so many of the drones.
Dark with an incredible attack here. Gets huge damage in. 19 drones are dead. Sword out of 22 workers right now. As Dark got everything that he dreamed of and more with that timing. Sending Solar's economy back to the Stone Age right there.
That was huge. He killed off quite a bit. But they're both droning up behind this. Now, there is going to be another opportunity to try to Baneling in here, but it looks like Solar wants to try to fight back.
Both players going blow for blow right now.
Wow, he wasn't very confident about attacking those Morphine Banelings.
He didn't know when they started.
Yeah, so he thought he might end up just losing that outright. And so this means Dark can try to dive back in here.
Just a handful of Lings right now. Army count's almost identical, as it really is going to come down to micro, but now Solar finally adding Roaches into the mix.
Yeah, 29 workers to 34. Looks like he had to make some more buildings here.
Dark is keeping the pressure on. He does not want Solar to just drone up freely. He's trying to force more units out so that he can further his economic edge as we see Dark.
In some ways, this is even more impressive, by the way. Now look at that. He realizes, okay, 1 Baneling not worth 1 drone. He wants to get, 3 or 4 if he can with that. So he backs up. But look at this. He's catapulted ahead even further. It's now an 11-worker lead here with Dark staying ahead. And God, by the way, this kind of shows why Solar tried to end the game right away. Dark is very scary at these, tit-for-tat mid-game ZVZs.
He's a very brainy Zerg.
Yeah.
Just the way that he's moving around and applying pressure, even after the timing attack, puts him further ahead. It's something that's, us as observers of this game, we get to kind of see everything.
Yeah.
But when you're in the moment, it's so tough to actually make all the right calls to not overextend, but also apply enough pressure that your opponent is going to be cutting the drones. And Dark is just one of the best in the business at it.
And you know what? Now with the Roaches coming up and the armor upgrade, this could be a good layup for him to just kill Dark off.
Absolutely.
Because Solar just caught up in workers.
Dark had a long window with a worker advantage.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's a bad rally.
Oh, yeah, that's part of his strategy.
He's baiting the Queens to the main base tasteless.
That's right.
But yeah, Dark just powered up to 46 drones, cut it right there. And Solar had to continue to play catch-up for a while, and now with +1 Carapace, as you said, Roaches and Banelings on the way, he's looking to kill him.
Okay, but that force cancel is insanely huge.
Buys a lot of time.
But this battering ram of Roaches is going to come forward anyways.
We'll see now. Army Supply in advantage of Dark, but Solar does have the defender's advantage of the shorter rally point. The question is, though, the numbers.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He's also doing a perfect job of taking the most damaged Roaches and then turning them into Ravagers, which regens their health. Yeah, I think that Solar may not be able to last. Look at that. He's even going to move the Banes by. He would actually prefer to have that go down onto the workers. And I think this game is actually over, guys. I think Dark is going to take game 1 here. And I got to say, just a masterclass in ZVZ. From holding the rush to playing the mid-game to closing it out with the attack. What does Solar do in game 2, man? Because
that was scary.
That was scary how bad Dark kind of judo flipped him there.
Yeah, masterclass is really what it is. It almost reminds me of, remember that game we saw from Creator where he just didn't lose any units? And he got infinite damage with his Adepts and his Oracles?
Yeah.
That's like the ZVZ version of that. You go hatch first, you deflect 12 gas, 11 pool. After that, you do a huge timing, kill a bunch of drones. Behind that, you apply pressure with a really low number of units, but enough to scare Solar into not droning.
Yeah.
Then you leverage that economic lead to just go in for a killing blow. I mean, that was just flawless.
It was so impressive, man. Looks like Dark has requested to use his break. So be it, man. It's going to be back to us over here.
Wants to savor the moment. Probably feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, he played so well. I think this might be a 2-0.
Could be.
I don't want it to be, but honestly, when you look at a game like that, and it's like, first of all, all the pieces were set up so that, like, Solar's rush really did work, right? Like, it's hatchery first. He got in, but Dark was very patient. Even with the spine crawler at the ramp, I was initially confused by that, but then I see that you can actually target the Bane with that, where and then that's why you get 2, and then you can actually kind of slow crawl back and get your base back up. But really seeing in the mid game, the way that Dark generated what looked like a real threat, but he's making drones the whole time, and it's very subtle. Like if you go back and watch the game again, I think you can get an even better appreciation for this. But he kept trying to come in and come out. And so while he's making all these drones behind this, basically Solar thinks if he doesn't hold this off correctly, he's going to die. He got just enough drones to then go full on into both the armor and all in on roaches. And Solar, thinking he was so behind, actually made more drones in that game by the very end than Dark did, excuse me. And so that's when that attack just came in and totally flattened him.
Yeah, he played it perfectly.
Yeah.
The window where he had an economic lead over Solar was just huge, and it all went back to that pressure that he did in the mid game with the roaches or with the lings and banelings. I mean, Solar, as you said, he thought he was going to die at any moment, and ZVZ is very often like a poker match. You know, there's a lot of hidden intel. You don't know exactly how many drones your opponent has. It's important that you don't overmake drones. And Solar just got played like a fiddle. Dark just showing some really fantastic game sense, some great understanding of the matchup, and really excelling on all fronts. His defending was perfect. His attacking was perfect. He's a P gamer.
We're going to go to game 2 now. P gamer, man. We're going to see who's going to moon dance into the round of 10 in a second.
Oh, man.
All right, guys, this is the second game in this best of 3, the last best of 3 in the round of 20. Can Solar come back and even this out 1-1, or is Dark going to advance 2-0, moving on as the final player here in the round of 10? And our game is now loaded up. Let's hop into this.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Onside Gaming, Solar. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Okay, so to start this off, it's actually Dark who goes for pool first, but this is a very different pool first than what Solar did, just to be clear.
Yeah, very different in understatement. It's like 16 pool versus like 11 or 12 against 11 pool. Yeah, he's just gonna build that spawning pool, get up a queen, take an expansion, play a little bit more slow, a little bit more safe. So interested in seeing what his approach is going to be here in this one, because one thing that I haven't been exposed to much in ZVZ is how these kind of pocket expansions in the back of the base factor into the equation.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like, I feel like you have to take them if you both go on 2 base. You have to take them, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Like,
but
I don't see the strategy that would be inviting to not take that back base.
But then the question for me is, because it feels like a lot of ZVZs, after you get out of like the early aggression stages where you're both on 2 hatcheries, eventually go to take the 3rd, and that opens up a lot of opportunities for both players to get aggressive, because suddenly there's this whole other area of the map that's very exposed. There isn't creep there yet, and everyone has Zerglings, so they're really quick. You can just quickly race across the map and put pressure on that hatchery, but when you remove that as a point of attack in a ZVZ, I'm wondering if that changes kind of the calculus and how these guys go about building their compositions or how they drone in the mid game. And it's just something that I'm really just kind of spitballing because I have no idea. And look at Dark, he's already taking that 3rd hatch, so clearly it factors into the equation. He's doing it behind the 6 ling pressure too. This is actually really cool.
Okay, this is
this
actually
is some insane
Dude,
micro.
guys, he's gonna get too many drones.
That was 6 drones versus, or 6 lings versus 4 drones or 4 lings and a bunch of drones, and he got like 2 drones and all of the lings. That was insane.
Yeah, he's already pretty even.
That's like everything you dream about, getting 2 drones for 6 lings.
Yeah, I mean, that went so much. I wasn't even going to remark on that much until that went so well that I'm kind of blown away.
I can't believe he got such a good trade there.
So, by the way, guys, it's now 23 workers on both sides. Keep in mind, Dark was a little bit behind in the worker count, so he's not ahead, but he's already kind of evened out his footing. Technically, on paper, Solar's opener was better, but basically Dark's execution was better, and so now they're neck and neck.
Yeah, completely equalized. And both players now with the third hatchery up. Might be a little bit of a slower ZVZ given these pocket expansions.
I think so, because if you're going to have explosivity on 3 bases, it needs to be a place where like the second base and the third base are kind of far apart enough that the aggressor can exploit the positions.
Yeah. Dark now opting to go up to 2 geysers. Solar just on 1. Evolution Chamber up for Solar, and Dark going for the Roach Warren. So already a little bit of a divergence here in build orders after kind of effectively mirrored openings after that Ling run by. Things were completely equal, and now both players kind of choosing their own paths as Solar opting for the Lings with an Evolution Chamber. Both players continuing to drone. And a lair for Solar as well, huh?
Yeah, so this is interesting.
Ranged weapons, too.
Quick lair, yeah. So we see the missile attack. So, but look at this. Actually, Dark's going to go for 2 evolution chambers in his own lair. So the double Evo, I mean, the thing is this just because he wanted to have a neat block off there?
It's probably part of it.
Is he trying to send a different signal? Like, look at me, man, I'm powering on one, you know. He gets the missile upgrade. Does he get the armor upgrade too? That's what I'm wondering.
He'll get it eventually, I think. It's just so good. It really minimizes the damage that Zerglings can do in this matchup.
Yeah.
And even helps a lot in Roach versus Roach mirror.
And so this is a very different ZVZ, guys. This is going to be a very powering ZVZ.
Yeah, both Zergs already up to about 60 drones. Solar now beginning Roach production as well as Glial reconstitution, taking a 4th base. And that might be where he tries to take his edge as he continues Roach's production. He might be able to slow down Dark just a little bit here. We'll see, though. It really is a different flavor of ZVZ when you get a pocket expansion like this, and it's kind of tough to read.
Well, I want to point out, though, I think Dark is really one of the greatest in the entire history of StarCraft 2 at these big game ZVZs. Like, he really knows how to control the map. And, you know, this is a guy, you know, world champion, of course, too, but just he's had to go up against such insane strong Zerg players and come out on top. So the Roach arms race begins here. But, I mean, I think to just state the very, very obvious, there's 2 upgrades going here for Dark. There's only 1 for Solar. Now, Solar has a slightly bigger army right now, and so we want to watch that very carefully. But, I mean, this is one of the most basic things about a game of StarCraft is if you're upgrading out of 2 things, like attack and armor, and they just get attack, in the long run, that doesn't pan out that nicely. Now, the attack is going to come. Keep in mind, the army supply is bigger here for Solar, so...
Yeah, there might be a lot of opportunity here for him to get damage done. The Roach numbers are so much higher, and Dark with only, I think, 3 or 4 transfuses.
And Solar's got actually a better angle. He can kind of punish Dark here by using this the side of this hatchery. You can see some of these Roaches in the back kind of scrambling around and not really able to come out and do any damage. Solar very nicely pulls away some of those weaker Roaches and turns them into Ravagers. But one Spine's going to slide up here, and it's going to make the math a little bit more troubling here for Solar, excuse me.
Yeah, Solar really doing a lot with his position right now as he has 2 Ravagers out. Getting a ton of damage there on the hatchery is going to force Dark to engage and defend up here in the front, but that's where Solar has a concave, so a little bit of mind games going on here with positioning right now as Solar continues to take a great trade. The hatchery now at just a quarter health.
Big plume of Roaches come out, though, and he's going to fight back and fight back hard here.
Yeah. Dark trying to pounce on this right now as the numbers remain very even. Keep in mind, Dark does have the closer rally point, so he is able to reinforce more rapidly than Solar. We see more Roaches piling in right now. Dark pushing him back. That hatchery on just a quarter HP.
Now, let's not forget those upgrades in the background. Dark is going to have that armor upgrade. The hatchery is still there. If the hatchery doesn't go down, basically Dark has outlasted him. But the army supply for Solar is bigger, and that is going to be just barreling towards him right now.
Yeah, Solar right now is a 10 Roach lead over Dark. A lot of those Roaches are still being rallied across the map, so you don't see it right here on the screen, but this is the kind of situation that could quickly spiral out of control here for Dark if he takes an unfavorable trade.
He's going to start chucking Biles over here onto the hatchery.
Yeah, Dark has to engage. He's fighting now, but the numbers for Solar, it seems like it might be too much.
I don't know. I think Solar might just barely have enough.
So close right now.
The Spine is still doing a good job fighting. The hatchery's so low.
It's so low. Just one volley can take it out.
Yeah, will he just turn on it and take it out? No, I think Solar realizes he can probably go the whole way. Missile attack level 2 just finishes here.
Yeah, Solar now actually with an upgrade advantage, +2 attack versus the 1-1, and Dark's going to have to vacate this position. Solar leveraging the superior numbers over the superiorly upgraded army for Dark into an advantage, taking down the 4th base, now 2 attack upgrades. And I think we might see it snowball from here, Tasteless.
I think we're going to go to game 3.
Dark's going to need a hell of an engagement if he's going to come back in this one. And I don't think Solar's going to give it to him. And Solar smartly backing off a little bit. He knows that now he has the economic edge with that 4th hatchery.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is almost over. Keep in mind that there was basically no... Oh, no, there's just a few drones mining from that 4th base.
Yeah, both players on effectively full saturation despite Solar having the extra base.
No, so the upgrades here, yeah, it's +2 attack here for Solar. I feel like Solar's very close to kind of crushing through and ending this game here. But
he's waiting until Max. He's actually setting up a flank right now. You see it on the mini-map.
Yeah, he's going to come in here and try to sandwich him. Here
this surround is huge. Waiting for the Biles to finish at the top side, and now coming in and converging on the middle of Dark is Solar.
Oh, dude, this game's over. I don't think Dark can last through this. Dark's +2 missile attack is about to finish, but will it be enough in time?
He's barely hanging on by a thread right now as Solar is getting pushed back. The defender's advantage really coming through in the clutch as Dark was able to reinforce just a little bit more rapidly there for Solar, despite Solar having the better army position. But keep in mind, Dark is on the clock. He only has 3 expansions to the 4 hatcheries of Solar.
There is the same number of workers in this game.
Yeah.
So the armor upgrade is pretty big. That armor upgrade we were emphasizing earlier on, that may have done it. Look at that, just kills the Evo chamber.
Helps the rallies just a little bit.
He needs to get his stuff out quickly. That could have partially been why he lost that fight back there.
It certainly was a factor.
When you've got a lot of stuff trying to move through these bottlenecks, it's a bit of a headache. So I can't believe I'm saying this. We're still in this game. Dark has actually survived what was supposed to be like a huge snowballing fight. Drones are going to long distance mine.
Yeah, his main base is starting to get mined out now, and this is really where Solar's economy is kicking ahead. You see right there on the screen, almost 800 more minerals per minute.
Guys, remember, there's one armor upgrade here for Dark. There's no armor upgrade for Solar. So, as much as we look at these Roach arcs, we have to remember, mathematically, that armor upgrade is going to be just massive here. And Solar seems to want to force this.
Yeah.
I don't know. This could be an overextension. Now there's enough Ravagers here. Okay, he actually eats the Bile shot.
So many Biles right now. Dark getting great value, but Solar is able to deny that 4th base. And if Solar is able to deny that base for long enough, he will just be able to ride his economic lead into a victory. But Dark doing a great job of just using all of these Ravagers numbers to pull down Biles and get good hits in on Solar. Solar right now going for Tunneling Claws. Okay, that's an interesting decision here.
Yeah, well, tunneling is a smart move here because that way he could just get him out of this position and close this game out. But they are both maxed out. That armor upgrade, by the way, it's going to finish. Mathematically, there's just no lead here for Dark.
Yeah, finally the upgrade's equalizing here. So the Ravager numbers continue to get higher and higher. Oh, a little bit of a miss micro there by Dark is going to bleed out some Roaches and Ravagers. Solar taking full advantage of that. And you look at the banks right now, 1,000 more minerals in the bank for Solar as both players are on max. And Dark still unable to get this 4th base up, and Solar might finally be able to break through.
Honestly, I don't know that there's any way for Dark to try to close this out now. I mean, I think Solar, the fact that he's fought through here again, there's just no extra...
Dark is going to try and come in here, try to set up the sandwich, a Hail Mary play, but the numbers for Solar are so high.
Oh, the Biles connect!
Oh, Dark actually making it work. That's a pretty favorable trade, but keep in mind, Solar has a much better bank than Dark, which kind of minimizes the effect of this. So despite
This
really
is
getting out
insane.
positioned there by Dark. The supplies are still even with 26
he's
more
gonna
roaches
all
on the
in.
way.
He's sending his queens.
Yeah, he's sending his queens, but keep my tunneling claws on the way. Here for Solar, am I able to use that to get some position instead of holding
the
the
thing
ramp?
is like now it's going to be all about him just surviving this attack here.
Yeah.
Again, I still think Solar takes this, but I almost feel like Dark is like just showing that he's the better player somehow.
A little bit.
All things considered.
I mean, he's in such a difficult spot and he's making it work. And actually killing Overlords here helps a lot, lowering the supply cap there for Solar.
Yeah, he's going to have another opportunity to kill this up again here.
Now, the Ravager count is much higher for Dark, 9-4.
Yeah, so he could basically force him back. Oh, and I think they're going to burrow underneath and then hit from behind, I think.
Yeah.
No. They're going to try to go to... Oh, no, yeah, they are. I'm like, no. Yeah,
there's no Overseer here for
Dude,
Dark.
Is he going to send Queens back?
It's such a tough position right now here for Dark.
I would be so stressed out if I was Solar right now in this game.
Yeah, it's a stressful situation for both of these guys. Keep in mind, if Dark wins this map, he will be going to the round of 10. Solar fighting for his life in GSL right now.
Okay,
and
so
these roaches are
he
bound
knows
to do
what's
a lot
coming.
of damage.
Yeah, he knows what's coming. He's going to defend. I just can't believe how insanely good Dark is. Like this game literally should have ended like, I feel like 8 minutes ago, and then like he's still fighting back so well. It's like so crazy.
It's been 3 base versus 4 base for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, GG. Okay, there we go. Solar barely closes that one out.
Yeah, that was
crazy.
That was tough, and it goes to show what a skilled player the Dark is. Where he's down to base for like 5 minutes, and he's still somehow making it a game.
Yeah,
that was close.
It was crazy, man. All right, guys, the final game of the round of 20. Let's do this.
What a nail biter that was.
I'll tell you though, man. I mean, Solar, he had to really work for that win.
Yeah, he did.
Everybody's had these games where it's like you're winning, but you could just feel how good the opponent is. Like every minute, there's just some insane moment where they almost overtake you again and again and again.
It takes a lot of the satisfaction out of a win like that. It doesn't give you too much more confidence because Dark with the hands that he was dealt, played it to perfection. I mean, like, you got a little bit outplayed there with the superior roach numbers by Solar with that timing attack on the 4th base. But, I mean, the resilience of him to stay alive as long as he did, that eats away at you just a little bit of Solar. And now Solar, he knows he's going to have to come out with his A game if he's going to take Dark. And the final map, keep in mind the winner of this map 3 is going to go on to the round of 10. Cosmic Sapphire is the map. Let's get to it.
Onside Gaming, Solar.
Is anybody going to pool quick? That's what I'm wondering.
Everything on the line right now.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
No pools in production just yet.
We got a couple of honest gamers here.
Yeah, mirrored builds.
A couple of businessmen gamers here. Look at this. Both just going to go for hatch first. Okay.
Yeah, just mirrored openings through and through.
So now we basically want to watch the production tab and then see when does the fork in the road and build orders go.
Let's go Solar.
This is it. Let's go.
It really is. Everything's on the line.
That's right.
Final map.
Welcome, guys.
No divergence whatsoever yet. Gas timings, pull timings, hatch timings, drone timings, all the same.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is it. I mean, there's not a whole lot else to say right now because they're literally doing, they're mirroring each other's behavior. They don't know that yet. And so, one of the things we can look for is anybody going to start making drones over lings? When the first 100 gas comes in, where's it going to be spent? Is that going to go for ling speed? Is it going to be a layer? Now, this is a map, unlike the previous map we had, where I think the last map we had, it sort of lends itself to be a kind of powering macro map. Like, it makes for very dramatic, epic games. This map, the 3rd base, depending on the 2 locations you choose to take it, it can be punished.
It's a little bit more typical of other ZVZ maps.
Right.
And as a result, the aggression can usually kick into a higher gear a lot faster than it did in that previous game. I mean, last game, both players effectively went up to 60 drones before they were able to get anything done offensively. Save for that 6-ling run by that Dark did in the early game. But yeah, in this case, both players now going for speed. Mirror Link has, look, they're so mirror that even like their lings meet in like the dead center of the map at the exact same moment.
Yeah, no, it's almost comical, right? The third bases both start at the same time. The Baneling's nest starts for Solar. Now we want to watch, is Dark going to throw his down here now? Because a lot of times in ZVZ, they both take 3 bases, but one ends up going in for attacks very quickly while the other's defending. A Baneling's nest starts here for Dark, but let's not forget, you could have defensive Banelings. A Baneling's nest does not mean that you are inherently going to be attacking or being aggressive.
And if I'm Dark, given the way that the first 2 maps went in this series, I'm going to be on the defensive because Solar has been trying to kick up the aggression pretty much every single time. And I think perhaps part of that is because of what a talented player that Dark is in the mid and late game, especially in ZVZ.
Solar's going to pull the trigger.
He is.
Here it is. 14 Lings, a Roach Warren coming here. Baneling started. It's going to be Dark on the receiving end. The question is, can he hold off this attack?
There will be a 27 drone timing here for Solar. Banking resources as that Roach Warren gets closer and closer to completion. First Banelings are out. And that hatchery is under attack.
Okay, the question now is, can Dark actually manage to hold this off?
I think Solar is going to have to wait for the roaches.
That's what you want to do. You want to sack 1 Ling for their Baneling.
That's a good trade anytime you can take it.
Now, notice this. 27 workers for Solar, 31 for Dark. So Dark is economically better positioned. But, of course, that's because Solar is committing to an attack. And Solar is doubling down on his attack as more roaches are being made here.
Yeah, 7 roaches out already. Dark with no roaches on the board just yet. This timing's looking pretty scary. There is 1 more queen out for Dark, and surely he will be pulling energies. Yeah, he has 2 transfuses ready already. Roaches are now out. Dark, a lot of Banelings back at home, still no roaches. He's going for a counterattack.
Okay.
He might just be sacking this third base.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he can hold this. Well, there's a lot of Banes, but the thing is, if you throw your Banes onto roaches, it's like not good.
Yeah.
I feel like Solar may have messed this up. The Ravagers are not going to be able to come out in time. He's being very patient with the Banelings as well here.
He's so many Banelings for Dark.
Yeah.
But this is tough because he doesn't have any roaches. I don't even think he has a Roach Warren on the map. So Solar with his composition, shutting down the Banelings for Dark is going to be critical.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Oh, my God.
Wow.
You know, he's just chases back. One of the things about the roaches, too, is you don't normally keep making roaches in the attack. The roaches kind of deal damage, and the Lings soak damage, and the Banelings, kind of push through. But it was a smart play. He basically used his Lings to surround the enemy roaches.
Behind all of this, Solar has been droning. He's now up 37 workers to the 28 of Dark, and even a run by picking up a couple of drones back at home there. So Solar now with the economic lead and roaches back at home. And the onus is kind of on Dark to make something happen right now. And the question I have is whether he's going to try and do that by getting aggressive or droning up himself. Because 43 workers to 28, Solar has definitely eked out a sizable advantage. That push wasn't so much of a killing blow as it was kind of setting the stage to rebound on it economically.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive hold there. But I think Solar, even though he didn't get the killing blow, he did take the position and then really leverage it. And this worker lead is huge. And dude, I gotta say, oh my God, that's literally what am I watching? Like
that couldn't have gone worse for the Baneling player, but it should never happen.
They're both supposed to run at that moment, but that's so funny.
That's really odd. I guess you don't manually detonate them, then the Lings can kind of get not terrible trades. Yeah, Dark is trying to make something happen right now. I think really not having a Roach Warren is coming back to Honda because Solar is just going so far ahead economically. 58 workers now to 38, a 20 worker lead at 7 minutes. And on top of that, he has a superior attack with all these roaches. Dark is trying to find something in terms of damage with these Banelings, but that's just not going to happen. Solar is not going to let it come to that. And right now, Dark, I mean, what do you do?
Well, I mean, I think that he may have just completely gotten outmaneuvered here in a macro game. It's 45 drones to 60 workers. Sorry.
A huge lead.
Yeah, 15 worker lead right now, and I mean, we don't have any drones being made. There's not an upgrade advantage. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. I feel like Solar can pretty easily navigate this game to a win. It'll probably come down to the 4th base here, as we're both on 3 bases right now.
I'm not. Does Dark have a layer up? Oh, he's actually going for a Nidus is Solar.
Oh.
And I think those are slow roaches for Dark, so it's going to be hard for him to respond to this quickly.
Okay, so this could be the really, excuse me, the really powerful finishing blow here. Where's the Nidus?
The layer is just now starting for Dark. So the Nidus is just under construction. It hasn't hatched yet.
Okay. But where?
It could go in the main. Dark does not have a lot of
But where did
coverage.
he start it? That's what I mean. Like, where did the Nidus actually start? I don't.
Looking at the minimap, I want to say it's in the natural for Solar. It looks like there's an extra structure there in the natural expansion and a spy. Wait, did he cancel the Nidus?
I think he did. I think when that Overlord got in there,
maybe he scouted that there was no lair there for Dark and recognized that he's actually so far ahead he doesn't need this.
Or is it going to start here?
I think it has to be canceled because he's moving across the map right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I
Solar
guess we
just
missed that.
dunking on the casters right now.
Yeah, man, he's wrecking everybody. It's crazy.
These are a ton of roaches out for Solar, and they're also speed roaches. Dark does not have speed, so Solar can use that. Even though it's not an attacking upgrade, roach speed, he can use that to get a massive arc on Dark once the engagement actually happens. But instead, going to be biding his time. Dark trying to come in here with a cheeky bailing run by, not able to get big connections, just 2 drones going down. And although the work accounts have equalized, Solar does have a tech lead and an army lead because of it.
So, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Like, Solar had this massive lead. He didn't really seem to do a lot with it. We're going to wait for the Spire to finish. I think then he could probably go into mutas and really just try to punish.
I think he might have not recognized exactly how far ahead he was.
I think so. It was a bit of an odd game. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so the Lings are going to come in here and punish this. Dude, Dark is so scary.
And Dark's going to get a cancel here on the 4th hatchery, and Dark once again making Solar work for it.
Yeah, I mean, Dark has been in a bad position for most of this game. He's been behind for most of this game, but he's fighting back so well.
Yeah, the window where Solar had like a sizable, like a double-digit worker lead was like 2 or 3 minutes, which is a huge deal in a ZVZ. I mean, any mirror matchup where you have an economic lead for that long a time, it's huge, but Dark just kind of making this work right now. Keep in mind, he still is on the back foot. Solar has way better tech. He's got speed roaches. He's got 8 mutas on the field already. Dark really would just roaches and ravagers back at home. So Solar still definitely in an advantageous position, but...
Okay, he's going to come out. Now, the thing is, the mutas can basically pry open Dark because the mutas have to be treated a certain way. You need to have the queens go back here. Yeah, I love watching Biles just get shot because you have it at mutas. But this is going to pull the queens away. Keep in mind, a lot of these fights are won off of queen transfuses on the ground.
Right.
So, like, when you come in here, like, he's going to start killing overlords.
Yeah, now, there aren't enough spore crawlers for Dark or queens.
This is actually, I might have never casted a ZVZ that might end like this, but this is crazy because he can just supply block him out and flood him.
Yeah, that might be what happens right now. No Overlords in production for Dark, so he's hard capped at 162. Roach is coming in now for Solar.
Oh my God.
He's trying to pounce on this. He has so many roaches. The Ravagers are already out. Speed Bailing's now coming in with huge connections, and Solar is riding this momentum into a win. He's going to be your last player going into the round of 10 of GSL Code S. As Dark just absolutely collapses. Solar with a fantastic win. You can see how much it means to him.
Yeah,
beating
he
Dark
can't even hide the smile. He cannot hide the smile. And what a crazy way to end this season. Dark is eliminated in the round of 20.
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
Pure Solar really stepping up today.
What a phenomenal day today was. And Pure getting out first, Solar getting out second, man. I could not have predicted that, man. That's crazy.
It's a tough loss to swallow there for Dark.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, too, because they were very technical finishers there from Solar. I mean, especially that last game. And you can see he was very cautious. He had a lead. He's like, okay, don't overstep it. Be patient. Be careful. And you can do this. And he did. We're going to go to an interview now with Solar and see how he's feeling. He's the last player to survive and move on to the round of 10.
네, 이번 시즌
Wow, what a huge upset. Solar of Onsite Gaming defeats Dark, and he moves on to round of 10.
만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
와, 인터뷰도 오랜만이고요.
Well, it's been a long time since we last did an interview with you, Solar.
16강 이상의 성적을 정말 오랜만에
So this is like
모처럼 좋은 성적
a round of 10 in a long time for you, Solar.
소감부터 들어볼게요.
How do you feel?
일단 사실 저 TSL 경기 직후에
Well, first of all, you know, it's been only a few days after TSL 9, and since all my group members are so strong, I didn't really expect much coming into the series. And in the first match, I lost quite dominantly. So I know today was going to be a hard match for me. But then the game started working out well for me. And then Crank and Rex helped me so much as they came on the stage and coached me.
그 말이 조금 믿기지가 않는데.
So I just can't believe it.
경기도
In the last match, your Roach decision was so good.
와, 소름 돋게 좀
It was so immaculate from you.
다 졌다는 것도
And in the letter, you said you lost all your matches, and I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, seeing how you performed tonight. No, honestly, it's real. I lose all my matches in the letter. But you know, today, rather than going for the strategic plays, the players are going for standard plays, and that's why I was able to win today. And I was trying to play as unorthodox as possible today. I mean, when we were looking at the Roach battles, the Roach fights, it looks so well for you. And in the late game, you kept going for the 3 o'clock base and just trying to cut out the resource line for Dark. And in the tournament production, was this not how things worked out in the letter? You know, I think, you know, twisting my strategies a bit and mixing it up really helped me. I'm really instrumental to my victory today. I mean, you joined Onsite Gaming, and maybe this is a new team buff. I mean, in my team, there's Maru and everything. Everything really goes well ever since I joined the team. And I think, you know, there's good luck in the team. I mean, you talked about Maru, but did he help you with a ZVT? I mean, TSL, I played a bit with Maru. And in practice, I had really high win rate regardless of the players and opponents. But when it comes to tournaments, you know, I started underperforming. And then I really want to meet Cure in the round of 10. So you talk about your tournament sickness. But even TSL, you performed really well. You were going a full set match full series against Rainer. And today's match, today's win was definitely not a coincidence for you, Solar.
어떠세요? 본인이 느끼기에도 좀 있나요?
So, do you think you're performing well these days? I mean, recently my games have been going really well for me. But in TSL, I let down my guard. I was underestimating the players.
너무 쉽게 두 번째, 그러니까 처음에 두 경기를 이겨가지고 너무 쉽게 생각해서
And you know, I
좀
just
안일하지
you
않았나
know, really
싶고
underestimated the players, and because
오늘 경기 최대한
starting the right foot.
진짜 끝까지 내가 질 수도 있다는 생각으로 계속 했던 것 같아요.
And today, I really was desperate for the win to advance out of round 6, round 20.
때문에 10강 조별리그 얘기도 해보면
Alright, now let's talk about the round 10 matches.
테란이 5명,
So far, we have 5 Terrans,
2명이거든요.
3 Zergs, and 2 Protoss. So for Terran, there's Gumio, Cure, Buddy, etc. So are you happy? Are you satisfied with the racial distribution? I'm confident in the ZVT matchup, so I'm really happy about the fact. Other than Maru, I think everybody else is doable. So do you think you can beat Cure if you meet him in the round 10? Yes, I believe so. If I just fixed up on my mistakes and, you know, if I just improve a bit, I think I can beat him.
그 조에 없으면 안 되거든요. 시즌 1, 2 때 다 장현우 선수에게 떨어지고
I mean, in season 1 and 2, you got eliminated because of Creator. So we, of course, we got to mention Creator. I mean, I hope Creator is in my group so that I can defeat him. I do want to play against him. We'll see if that match actually does happen in the round of 10. So this season, I'm guessing you're very ambitious coming in. So this is the last season of the year. So anything else you want to say? Any closing thoughts? You know, I tried really hard today, and I'm really happy that the results are good. And my initial goal was to make it to round of 10, so now that's accomplished. I'm going to have a lot of preparation time from now on until my round of 10 match. So I'm going to prepare really well.
너무 많은 선수들과
And I want to thank all the players who helped me with practice.
생각난 선수가 지금 딱 3명 정도 있는데
So right now I can think of the 3 players,
이재선 선수랑
Bunny,
변현 선수랑
Byeon,
그리고 신이범 선수 너무
and
고맙습니다.
Ragnarok
그리고 저희
for helping me with the scrim.
와이프랑 저희
And also I want to thank my wife
선수랑
and thank On-Site Gaming, the staff, and the managers.
알겠습니다.
Thank
이제
you.
고마운 분들도 잊지 않으셨는데요. 다시 한번
All right, so that was the interview with Solar.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your advancement. Thank you.
All right,
네,
thank
이렇게
you, Andy.
2017년 이후로
Guys, that does it for the round of 20. And it is now, we'll be going into Korean Thanksgiving, which is the big holiday of the year out here. So,
Chuseok right around the corner.
Chuseok is here, man.
What a great day of StarCraft, by the way. We got a little bit of everything. Prince showed some really creative Blink DT build there in the first best of 3. Kira with his TVZ just kind of expanding so fast, consuming the map, and then Solar with that huge ZVZ win over Dark, kind of, I think, surprising everybody with a huge upset.
Yeah, and I mean, they were won in very technical fashions. And honestly, I thought Solar did a good job even in the one game that he lost. So here is the round of 10. Only 3 Zergs. What? Pourquoi?
At 5 Terrans. The map pool is pretty good for Terran, it feels like.
Yeah.
I think it was Kira that was saying that, like, it's because Terran players practice harder and Zergs are lazy. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I think you nailed that one, man.
I think it's the maps, but yeah, really Terran heavy round of 10.
And the 2 Protosses we have, I think they could still go all the way. I think Hero and Creator are so good.
They're also by far the best Protosses we have in the GSL right now, I gotta say.
Yeah. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. What a fun. Now, when is the next GSL? It's not Monday, right?
Right here. It's going to be on the 19th. So, Chuseok, we will be taking a break.
1 week off, guys. Yep.
We'll be back on the 19th with Group A, round of 10, and then continuing Monday, Thursday, just as we're used to.
Right. And as you can see, guys, like once we get through the round of 10, man, it's the round of 6 semifinals and finals. So we move very quickly here.
It's going to be fun.
I cannot wait. And, of course, State, excellent work casting the entire round of 20. You killed it.
It was a lot of fun.
It was fun casting with you. You did a good job. Your analysis is on point. And you're improving every cast we do, man.
Thank
so
you, man. I'm like Kira playing those TVZs. Just get better every single map.
By the end, I'm like, this guy might be the greatest caster of all time. GG.
Yeah. It'll be nice to have Artie back pretty soon, though. I'm looking forward to watching that.
I look forward to having him back here. And, yeah, Artos is going to be closing up this season for the GSL. I may have one day off because my dad's going to be visiting. I might bring him to the studio and just show him around. You guys could all be like paid actors and stuff, you know.
Get your dad down there, put on the headset, be like, "Oh, Taze is such a great guy."
That's right. Yeah, there he is. Taze is such an amazing person. But guys, thank you for joining us. Again, a week off. It is Korean Thanksgiving, so everybody here is going to be visiting family, and I'll be staying at home playing video games by myself. We love you. Take care. See you on Monday. Not next Monday, but the Monday after that. Bye-bye.
GSL Season 3.